Hey everybody, it's the Alaboom. I got my Mothman hat on. Mothman's real, by the way. And then look who moved the rock. Look.
Rock? What? No, there's no rock.
look who's back again. Look who's back. Tell a friend. Where did I put my drink? Dang it.
Well, I was summoned, so I came.
Well, it's the Gen Con preview, baby. We can't without our MC. I don't know what we do. So anyway, I know Aldi ain't gonna make it. Aldi got the vid from his cruise.
Yep. Aldi got the coof.
Yeah. So for those of you who are wondering, he's not feeling great, but he's hanging in there. There he is. He wishes he could be here. We wish he could be here too, man. I love having your insight on the board game releases, if you will. Hold on, I got a buddy that I gotta send a message to. He's gonna join. Da-da-da.
The only thing I know of Mothman, it was in Fallout 76. So when I played Fallout 76, I learned about Mothman, and I had missions to go get Mothman eggs.
So the Mothman, there was a string of sightings, if you will, of the Mothman, that he it's like a Virginia or West Virginia thing. Mm-hmm. And there was supposedly like people would see a large Mothman chasing people down and flying after cars, and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. And red glowing eyes, as you can see here in my Mothman hat. Red glowing eyes. If you want your own Mothman hat, you can get it at angryminnow.com. Hey, Alan. Large, Mothman chasing people down. Somebody's got his audio on.
I'm pretty sure that the people of West Virginia do think they see what Mothman with all the inbreeding and meth. So
no.
Now, see, I can say that because my people come from that area, because my dad's family is from Cumberland Gap, which is right in the corner of Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, and all the inbreeding's going on in there.
Well,
we're allowed to pick on our own.
I enjoy doing the crypto and cryptozoology or whatever.
So my wife is now hooked on that stuff. Like if she's not down there watching some Bigfoot show, I don't know what else she's usually watching.
It's, that's not though, because Bigfoot is part of our national history. I mean, it's so that is not Bigfoot's real.
I'll buy into it. I won't say it's not real. I'm just going to be skeptical until I see one strapped to the hood of a Ford F-150.
So Alan, you haven't been here to discuss Bigfoot. So my theory. So anyway, this is Alan Barr. Alan Barr is a guy who lives local and he can talk. Alan, you want to say hi?
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Barr. I live local.
Yeah, no, Alan lives nearby to me. Alan is what do you do for a living, Alan?
Yeah, so I own and run and publish RPGs as Gallant Knight Games. It's my full-time gig. So
who knew I would have an RPG like designer, writer, publisher in my hometown area. So that's and like Tiny D6 is like the big thing, right? That you have.
Yep. So we do a Tiny D6. We also publish the D6 system from West End Games, a variety of other things. So
Yeah, there you go. So go check that stuff out. But anyway, I invited Alan to be on tonight because he's got a booth at Gen Con and so it'll be nice to hear about like the RPG side of the world, since most of the stuff we talk about is board games.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting back to the important thing, Bigfoot. So my theory is that I think that there was a large bipedal creature in the Pacific Northwest, perhaps 100 years ago or so, or as recent as like a century ago, because of the fact that I mean, just there's so much unexplored territory. We encroached on its natural habitat, and we just ran into things. Then it was smart enough to move away, and it's not impossible.
Who got him started on the fucking Bigfoot? Which one he is?
Shut up, Barry. It's not impossible because of the fact that like we discover new species every day. I mean, and everybody's like, oh, okay, you found a new species of ant, big deal. As recently as like the 1930s, we discovered a brand new, I think it was a type of gorilla in the 1930s. So it's not like an unheard of type of thing that can happen.
Yeah, but that's probably just like a normal gorilla with a third nipple or something. They called it a different freaking species, even though it was basically just a gorilla.
Your forehead.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, kicking and screaming. When Bigfoot is proven, that day, none of you will show up for this show because
no, I will eat crow if it ever happens, which I highly doubt.
I can't say it doesn't exist because the scientist in me can't say it does not exist. But
it's
again, I can't believe some hillbilly hasn't got one strapped to the hood of his Ford if there's enough around to be in existence.
So Kabuki Kid brings up an interesting thing. He says, what if Bigfoot is also the Mothman? Maybe Bigfoot flies. Now, I think that's ridiculous. However,
that's ridiculous.
However,
possums eating the bones ate, but that is ridiculous.
Yes, we haven't even talked about the bones yet, but here's the deal. Google bat squatch, BATSQUATCH.
I'm not Googling anything you tell me to on the show.
Don't. You're better off.
If you
I can already tell that's a bad idea.
Don't mention the birds either. Just
if you Google birds aren't real, but if you Google bat squatch, you will discover that during moments of great volcanic activity, including the eruption of Mount St. Helens in the Pacific Northwest, there were cases of eyewitness reports of Sasquatch-like creatures with bat-like leathery wings that it has been theorized because of the seismic activity were brought forth from the inner core world, the hollow earth, if you will, and escaped briefly.
I'm the stoner. I'm the fucking stoner.
So if you've got something, let's just say Bigfoot's real.
Okay, no, let's not just say it. Let's all agree that it is.
We'll say that if Bigfoot is real, it would probably weigh somewhere around 400 or 500 pounds, right?
Most likely
4 to 5 bills, right? As big as it is and muscular as it is.
Yeah.
Bigfoot is not going to be flying because the size of those wings that it would take to lift and fly 500 pounds would be so big, it would be obviously found.
Well, perhaps
it would show on radar. It would show on everything else. And some hillbilly would have shot it out of the sky.
Perhaps you should Google the pteranodon, a creature that has been proven to be part of our fossil record that had a wingspan of between 33 to 40 feet.
Right. But I would have fucking seen it. It was flying. That's my point. I'm not saying it couldn't exist. I'm saying we would have found something with wings that big. You can't hide 50 foot.
No.
So, what I'm saying is that
that's an airplane, basically.
Yeah,
it is an airplane.
And the thing is that it existed. So why is it so impossible that something within our evolutionary process that we couldn't what if there was a hollow earth that was able to, with different environments and what have you, was able to have something such as that.
Aldi, there are bionic men.
Yeah, it's true. Just not what you're thinking.
But anyway, but the reference to the bones. It is a well-known fact that porcupines find the bones of Bigfoot type creatures to be a delicacy.
Delicacy.
And therefore, that's why we are unable to find Bigfoot bones,
Yes.
because the porcupines. Look it up.
Well,
I'm
well,
curious.
if that's the case, we should be able to find Bigfoot DNA and porcupine shit.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I agree.
Because I mean, on Shark Week, they swabbed sharks' assholes to see if they were eating pigs, and so that
poor
so we
shark.
should be able to do the same thing.
Whatever.
I
That
wanna know
shark
why
was
you
having
know
the
that.
time
Hang
of his
on.
life.
It's Keith.
I want to go back to the shark swabbing part of the
Because my
conversation.
wife watched it on Shark Week this week.
Your wife. Okay, I get that. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but there's an island or some shit where there's feral pigs, and the sharks have taken to eating the feral pigs, so they were testing, so they were swabbing shark anuses to find out if there's pig DNA to see if the sharks have been eating the pigs.
I've been on this stream for 10 minutes, and all we've talked about is anuses, Bigfoot, and Mothman.
Welcome to the Alaboom.
Yeah, it's like I never left. It's like I haven't been gone for 2 years.
He didn't do the Alice Shill yet.
I didn't miss anything.
Yeah. So, anyway, angryminnow.com. You can get a Bigfoot hat. You can get the Mothman hat. You can get a Bat Squatch hat. Get a Bat Squatch hat. Yeah, I think you can get a Chupacabra hat too. I don't like the Chupacabra though.
Assuming
Chupacabra
there are
seems-
big feet, you'll always be safe from attack by them as long as you're carrying a camera, because those sons of bitches will never show up if there's a high res camera around.
Never. Well, yeah, they will. Just at 30,000 yards, where you can't make it out.
Exactly. So you don't have to worry about being attacked.
Yeah.
They won't get within a mile of you if you've got a high res camera.
It is, as they say, what it is.
It's better than shark repellent.
That's shark.
Well, there's
That
no
poor
true-
pig or a cat or a shark. I still can't get over that, Keith. I did not need to know this. This is information I did not need to know.
I do find that interesting when they get the shark in the little spot where they want to like tag it and like, scrape its skin and do the 9 yards. Maybe give it a little bit of the lookity loo. How they like put that hose in its mouth to like pump the water through its gills,
Through the
so it
gills,
can
yeah.
breathe. I find that really weird.
It's just like us getting an airline shoved down when we're underwater. It's the
Yeah.
same
Yeah,
thing.
I suppose, but
When the mer people capture us, they probably pull an air hose down to
Yeah.
when they do our probes.
The sharks got to constantly move, right? Because they don't stop breathing.
Most sharks have to stay moving to push the water over the gills because they
Yeah.
can't pump it over their gills. But some sharks can be
Okay.
sedentary and not move. There's different species that have
Yeah.
different.
and
abilities.
there's some sharks that just find natural currents underneath the water that they just
Yeah,
rest and
they
have
can
their
kind of
mouth
hover
open,
in a current without
Yeah.
swimming.
Yeah.
So,
But
I
you know,
mean,
the tagging of sharks, it's amazing how far they move. It just one shark, patrol the entire U.S. coast and almost to South America and back up. And apparently, right now in Long Island, New York, the sharks have decided people are fun to bite because
That's
they've been
always nice.
having shark attacks like crazy up there.
well,
Maybe they saw Jaws and said we had enough. You people.
Well, maybe
killed
they're
us
like, we haven't
all."
had a really good horror shark movie in a long time.
Yeah.
Let's get some publicity going.
I think a great white, just a dead one, just washed up shore on the East Coast here. I think
Yeah,
it was Jersey.
they had a dead great white wash up recently. Well, if it's Jersey, it swam past Jersey and died of all the needles in the ocean.
Oh, that's where the original Jaws took place. It was in Jersey, Tom's River, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
northern Jersey.
It was the real inspiration for Jaws came from bull sharks swimming up
Yeah.
rivers on the East Coast and eating people.
yeah. Well, and here's the deal. Like they say, like, oh, well, I mean, the thing is that that's why I don't like swimming in the ocean. It's just big and giant. There's stuff in it that'll eat me. So I mean, but you're at a lake, you know you're like the alpha predator in the lake, you don't have to really.
Not if there's a Loch
Not
Ness monster in it.
necessarily. Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
are there geese in the lake? Because then nobody is the alpha but the geese.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
geese, them
absolutely.
sons of bitches.
I don't know. We get tons of geese where I live because we're right next to a big giant lagoon, basically. So the geese
Yeah.
just come here and plop down and poop all
Don't
over
move.
walking.
Like
Oh,
the
whatever.
in-laws.
I walk right up to them and they hiss at me, and then I go up and I give them a good, like, as soon as I get close, they're like, "Oh no, don't mess with this guy."
Oh, I can't wait for one to bite you.
I don't
They
agree
wouldn't
with I don't
dare.
agree
They
with
wouldn't
getting in
dare.
the
The
lakes
The
and
hell
the
they
ponds.
would. You're gonna get that one. It's like fuck it.
You might not die in a lake and a pond from something biting you,
Mhm.
but a snapping turtle gets a hold of you, you're not going to have a good day.
No, you're not being
And
there.
Ponds and lakes are worse because they're nasty and dark and you can't see shit. At least in the
Yeah.
ocean, you can maybe see
You
it
just
coming.
grab a snapping turtle by its tail. I've grabbed tons of snapping turtles. By
Yeah,
their
but
tail.
in the water, you're not going to grab it by the tail. It's faster than you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Why are you grabbing any animals by the tail? That feels
Yeah.
like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. There's something you want to tell us there, Lynch? I mean, I
Well,
heard
the
about
tail's
Scottish
better
and their
than
sheep,
the end with
but-
the business. So
I don't know. I was no. It's no, just like if dinosaurs wandered around outside, you wouldn't go outside of your house, right? Just like
No, because we wouldn't be alive. The dinosaurs are gone, hence we're here. If the
But my-
dinosaurs
but
were
my
still here,
point is- my
we'd
point is
be
you-
food.
if there was like a 1 in 10,000 shot a wandering T-Rex was gonna snatch you off the street as you walk, you wouldn't go outside. So I don't understand people going into the water and like, hey, sharks, here's some tasty feet to chew on.
hey, I think Kabuki and Heroic Logic have figured it out. Is Bigfoot is actually a mammal and an amphibian crossbreed. So it's hairy like a mammal, but it can go underwater and it can hide from us in the ocean. That's why we can't
That's
find
absolutely ridiculous, and I'm not going to entertain. I mean, you're just like, oh, ho, ho.
it. Oh, that makes sense. That's better than the flying one. I'll at least buy that one. Hey, the platypus has proved to me everything we assume about biology is bullshit, because
Got a
the
point.
platypus is part mammal, it's part duck, it's part
Marsupial.
freaking reptile because it's
Yeah.
venomous.
Mhm.
It lays the eggs, it has the milk. Oh, but it also has electrolocation like a goddamn shark. I mean, the platypus is either absolute proof of evolution or absolute proof of a divine being fucking with us that we think we know science, and I don't know which it is.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat there, Keith.
So here, I'll just show you.
I just learned about the echolocation that platypi
Okay.
have
Yeah, I
the other
never.
day.
See,
I did not
the-
know that when it
The bat
happened.
squatch, it's right there. See?
Notice it's a drawing.
I don't see anything.
No.
I see
And-
like a Home Depot ad. Where's
Nah, it's a bat squatch.
there we go.
I probably should have watched an episode of the show before I came on or something.
That would have been smart.
Yeah, it would have been.
Well, I went full time into
Mm.
RPG design, so nobody's ever accused me of smart. But
Got a point.
Yeah, there you go. It's
Fair
the
enough.
yeah, look at this. When I was at the beach this summer, I had a 5-foot
Usually we
shark
kill the
swim right
Bigfoot
by me.
shit
I was
by now, I
about
don't
knee deep
know.
in the water before sunrise, walking, and a shark came right by me. Yeah, and then I changed my pants, and yeah, I mean, that would be absolutely terrifying. Just have
Yeah.
So my first dive in the ocean, I did the back roll off of the boat into the water, and as soon as the bubbles cleared, I turned to start swimming down, and 4 foot away from me is a 5-foot barracuda staring at me. His big old mouth open, his teeth just staring at me. I'm like, oh shit. So I swim down to the bottom and he follows me. What I figured out was he was hoping I would feed him because the dive operators like to feed those. And on that first dive, I saw umpteen barracuda, a giant, like I would say 8-foot long moray eel hiding under a boat, and a couple of nurse sharks. And man, that was the most awesome thing in the world. But there's always that part in the back of your head, like maybe there's a nasty shark that don't want me in its house.
Yeah, I don't mean to be weird, but I mean, like,
Hmm.
why you would think like a diver or something would, like, they'd say, okay, you're in the water, you might see a giant barracuda who's expecting you to feed him a tuna.
I don't want to. They don't want to ruin it.
Yeah,
But,
they might Not want to scare people either.
No, I mean
Yeah,
the barracuda look mean, but they're not really that aggressive. But you don't want to wear like dangling jewelry and stuff
Yeah.
that might trick them into biting you. But I also saw one with a giant hook through his lip with the leader hanging off of it,
Yeah.
where somebody thought they were going to catch a
They're
barracuda,
dumb, yeah.
and the barracuda won.
I see one go through a steel leader, just snap it.
It's a good song by Heart.
Yeah, it was okay.
That is a good song. Heart was a good band.
They're not my favorite. They're all
Yeah, very good.
Heart's got good music.
They do. I'm not saying that.
No, I mean,
It's not really something I go to. It's not the first band I think of. Or something.
Kabuki
They got
had
like-
a
they got-
Stingray swing under.
they got
Kabuki
3 or
didn't
4
get
bangers, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know.
Who's the rat? I mean, dog.
So what's your puppy's name, Alan?
This is Ella. She is a
Ella?
rescue, and she has a little bit of separation anxiety currently. So the fact that my office door was shut was a very traumatic 15 minutes for her.
Is it terrier?
You didn't say it the right way, Ellen. You had to say, "This is Ella. She's a rescue." Yeah, the way you did that, the
She's my
pause.
rescue. She's a
Yeah.
Chihuahua Dachshund.
Oh, yeah, I can see the Chihuahua now.
They call them Chiweenies.
Why would people do that?
Call it a Chiweenie or let those 2 dogs breed.
Let those. They're all from holes, I guess. But yeah, why would people do that?
Well, Chiweenies are actually pretty popular.
Are they?
Yeah, people they like a smaller dog, and they like wieners. They like wiener dogs, right? Yeah, so it's
And
just
they're
like-
very loving, and
Yappy.
yeah, and they're good if you don't go out a lot because they like to lay around to be at home. So
Yeah.
You're sitting around the house writing RPGs all day long. It's perfect.
if you think that's what I do all day long, you are sorely mistaken. I am packing boxes, I am shipping books.
So
One
you're
main
driving
operation,
down.
huh?
You're driving down to Indy, right?
Yeah, we're leaving Tuesday. We're driving down to Indy. It's only 12 hours ish.
Yeah, it depends on if you go through or around Chicago.
We'll probably go around because I'm a reasonable human being.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Most people go around just because it's.
But yeah, so we should get there, late Tuesday night. So got our hotel lined up, and
Where are you staying?
we're at the Hilton right there by the convention center. So
Nice.
yeah, should be fun. We got a bunch of product that we have the Kickstarter that arrived on Friday that we're currently shipping. So
Which one's that?
Things That Go Squeak in the Night. It is a game about mouse warriors protecting society from monsters and demons, written by Jim Davies. And so we're trying to get the Kickstarter out before Gen Con so we can bring the spare copies to Gen Con.
Why? So they don't
So we
scream
can,
at you for selling the books at Gen Con?
well, yeah, and it'd be nice if we could mail their books before we leave for a week and a half.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no. I think Gen Con, I said this before and I'll say it again. I think Gen Con is going to be a giant shit show. I think that there's going to be the number of people there is going to be very low, in my opinion.
Is that a good or bad thing?
I don't know. It depends on, do you want to make money?
Well, it's bad if you're paying for your own booth. So I would love there to be a crowd that would like to buy all of my games. So folks, if you're watching and you're at Gen Con, come buy my games so I can come back.
Gen Con's an hour from me, and I'm not even bothering to make the trip this year.
Damn. I'm curious, does Gen Con really generate that much retail sale, like for the publishers? I mean, or just people looking at it online and saying, yeah,
I mean, I think it partially depends what publisher you are,
yeah.
right? Like, sure, Fantasy Flight / Asmodeus, they're gonna have a great weekend. Paizo, I remember when Pathfinder 2e launched, they sold out in like one day because they were swamped. They sold everything they had brought with them. So I think it just depends. We don't normally we break even, which in 4 days is a good amount for us as a small publisher. And we usually get enough to break even and pay for our next year's booth. So but we haven't been since 2019 because of the pandemic and all that stuff.
Right.
So I don't.
I
Really,
think it's going to be busy. I think you'll have plenty of traffic.
Yeah.
It-
What was
All
Dice
these said
Tower like?
hotels sold out. So if the hotel's sold out, it's going to be a shit show.
What was
and-
Dice Tower like, Lance? Or did they cap that? I don't remember.
They capped it.
Oh, okay.
they're requiring masks at all times and proof of vaccination before you enter every day, stuff like that.
There is like such a and you gotta get there and you gotta go and there's like a specific spot where you have to go to get your show your picture and then they give you your stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. And once you're done with it, I guess that's fine. But
That's one of the reasons I'm not going. I just don't want to deal with the whole. I don't want to go sit in August indie heat wearing a mask, surrounded by freaking people. And it's just if it's not safe enough that I have to have a mask, then it's not safe enough to go at all, because the effectiveness of masks are not great. They're better than nothing, but it's not going to keep you from catching it.
Yeah, but part of the problem is a lot of us, we paid for our booths back in 2019. Year they've stopped letting us roll over our payments.
Oh yeah, as a publisher and a retailer, it makes sense to go. But for me, I just have no desire to go up and deal with the mess in Indy right now. And I may go up one evening for dinner with a couple of folks.
Sure.
But if that falls through, oh well, I'll see them later. And that's about my only plans. But there's no games that I need bad enough to go deal with that bullshit this year. I've in the past couple of years, without getting to play games as much, my addiction to buying random shit just because it looks cool has gone completely away. And so I don't follow games near as much as I used to, that's kind of why I haven't been on the boom, because I haven't been playing stuff to really even talk about it. So
Sure.
I've started
we
playing
talk
again.
about games.
Yeah. There's a good 5-10 minutes at the most.
But I've started playing games again, and I've played some good games, but I just kind of hear from Aldi and Pete what they think are good. And if it's not something I got on a Kickstarter that's been delivering for the past 3 years, all showing up at once now. Those are the couple of little titles I've picked up. So,
or a Kickstarter asking you for more money to get your game, like I'm dealing with.
I haven't had anybody do that one.
I got 2 in the last week. So
Well, I understand it, because costs to ship shit is ridiculous, and they didn't plan for it. And you were supposed to be, the point of, I see it both ways, but in theory, Kickstarter's not a store, but it is.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be, helping bring that project to life. And sometimes that life requires extra funds than was originally planned. And if you want that reward, you got to kick in a little more.
So 100%.
But if they're being reasonable. Now, when they're using it as a store and it's an established company and they've got money, it's horseshit. But that's beside the point.
Well, and I think there's a balance, right? Like I've got a project that they emailed today or last night saying, hey, we can't release the funds or the games, right? And I was like, cool, but you got them in 2020 and you just sat on them in the warehouse because you didn't want to pay the shipping at the time.
In this world, we name and shame. So which one's this?
So I backed Blacklist Miniatures.
Oh yeah, Blacklist Miniatures. But I'll tell you, that guy's a liar and a thief. So
okay,
so don't trust anything that guy says.
Well, they posted yesterday saying that if we want our stuff, we have to fund a GoFundMe. That was immediately canceled by GoFundMe.
Yep.
So
no, that guy.
In the end, I'm out $65. I can afford it. I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to, guys, people on the other end of Kickstarters are real people who have lives and hearts and families and stuff. So, as somebody who runs a lot of Kickstarters, be kind and give some leeway. Like, I'm not advocating death threats or anything crazy, because as the guy who gets those on the other end, sometimes don't do that, please.
But that guy, the people that were running that, they blatantly lied repeatedly in the update saying, oh yeah, we gave QML all the money, they should be able to ship real soon. And then it was like, no, that's not true. I don't know. It's that's just the most recent chapter of that
Yeah.
ongoing debacle.
I won't be getting any more of their stuff unless there's a dramatic change.
That guy won't make any more stuff unless he changes companies again. The guy who runs it, Alex Lim. If you go back, just Google his name for all of the preceding stuff he's done.
I have Dragon Tides, so
Well, I guess you're one of the lucky few then, right?
I didn't back it. I bought it on Amazon.
Oh, there you go.
So
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, it's a thing.
He no, that guy that's just like I said, it was like, oh, I got an update. I was like when I saw I got an update for mine, I was like, oh, this is gonna be sweet. let the lies come.
I was and I have a rule. I don't try to talk bad about people. You know, I get that everybody's in a different situation. I try to give people a lot of leeway, but to say I am frustrated by the mismanagement of it would be an understatement. You know, if the stuff is done before the pandemic, I feel like you have a lot less of an excuse than somebody who got caught with their pants down in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Right? Like it shouldn't have been where it was.
It is interesting. I'll say this. It is interesting that right now, like all of my overdue Kickstarters are posting like updates now to basically get out in front of the fact that they have booths at Gen Con and they want to basically like be able to go to Gen Con and not have somebody come up to their booth. You motherfuckers. You know, just
Good
so
luck.
everything that's late, it's just like I said, just trying to get out in front of it.
And I get it. And like I run a one-person small business, you know, and really two is me and my wife, but she helps with the shipping, but I do a majority of the rest of the work. Like it's a lot. And the pandemic has made things crazy. Like we paid for a significant print run for one of our books that got canceled last week. And we paid for it back in March. And they're like, oh, we're canceling it. And now you want to have the books for Gen Con. And great. Now I got nothing. You know, there's no way I'm getting books in the next 2 weeks to sell.
When you say they canceled, they canceled the fact that they're going to make them or what?
Yep. They completely were like, nope, we can't get the paper. We're not doing it.
So they give you your money back at least?
Oh, yeah, we're getting refunded, and it takes some time to move that money back into the system, right? But like if they'd have told me, you know, 2 months ago, I could have tried to find another printer. Right.
And what's their reason why they can't do it? Just because
they can't get the paper. And I wasn't willing to go with cheaper paper that the art would have bled through, in my opinion. Like wasn't thick enough. So but so and like I try to be reasonable. I get it. Like I get their position. Well, this guy's not willing to use the paper we can get, so we can't make his books. That's fine. But you know, if you told me 2 months ago, I could have printed books.
No.
But I don't know. It's a mess and it's hard out there.
It is. It's hard. It's hard out there to be but what are you gonna do? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I drink a lot and cry a lot. It's pretty much my solution to everything now.
So I mean, perfect example though. Like I was going to talk about this before we do I didn't realize we were going to dive in this quickly, but like there's the game Oathsworn, and then there's the game and Blacklist Miniatures. So Oathsworn kept like a constant lifeline between them and their backers, like basically updates once every 2 to 3 weeks, and just being upfront and like, hey, this is where we're at, and hey, this is why, and because it's late and hadn't get there, and just Nervia was like, and they, you know, it was a huge Kickstarter. They made 1.2 million or 1.3 million and a bunch of pledge manager stuff, and then when it came time for them to say basically, this game is huge. It has, each all-in pledge is like 10 boxes each, like basically to ship this all, to get it all into containers and to get it all to QML, it's going to cost us this much money to do it. And we've tried to figure out ways to do it without having to hit people up, because they charged, of course, pre-COVID shipping numbers like, oh yeah, all in $35 shipping, which is insane. There was just no way. So then they just basically said, look, we can't do it, and we're gonna invest $150,000 of our own money. I don't know the exact numbers, but they basically are investing a six-figure sum of their own money into the shipping. But that means that each person is going to have to pay like an average of like $19 a piece to like get this delivered. And they're like, and it's just like, and here's the deal, we can't, and it's like, it's a mandatory thing. So if we're reopening up, go up into backer kit, pay the thing, and we'll make sure you get your stuff. And it was like, basically it was one of those things where they got donated so much money on top of the money that was requested that they didn't have to invest their own money. People were like, here's $50. You know, you guys have been awesome. You know, just whatever. Let me pay for my shipping and somebody else's shipping as well.
Right.
And enough people did that they basically were like, we can't believe just how kind everybody is and how awesome everybody is. So that's the difference between maintaining constant conversation and like maintaining that lifeline between you and your backers, and Blacklist Miniatures are like, tell whatever lies you possibly can to get to the next thing, ghost them for months at a time, and then come back and say, could you possibly give me $360,000 on a GoFundMe so I can go ahead and ship these things to you? GoFundMe, a thing that has absolutely there's no guarantee that I'm actually going to take that money and use it for the purpose that I say that you're going to have to get it to. So you could dig me out of this hole that I created, and then also set up a GoFundMe that's illegal, like, and against their terms and services to do so. You know, nobody's seeing what'll happen with that. I guarantee you, Alan, what's going to happen is that everybody in the US that backed it, which is like 10,000 pledges, everybody eventually, QML is going to be owed so much money because they've housed his stuff for so long. And now they won't give him back his stuff to ship it somewhere else, because they're like, no, we're not going to give you back, because if we give you back your stuff, we're never going to need money out of you. They'll hold on to his stuff until they can get a court order to seize the property. And maybe then they'll go to the backers and say, look, this sucks, but if you want your stuff, you got to pay for shipping to get it to you.
Well, and I'm not an unreasonable guy. Like the Mythic Games folks, you know, they posted an update about the Darkest Dungeon board game.
Oh my God. Did you see that so many people asked for a refund on that? Now they've canceled the fact that they're not going to do refunds now. They're like, basically, we're going to look into whether or not we can still give refunds for this, because so many people were like, yeah, I'm not paying another whatever it is to get my stuff, which sucks. I'm not here gloating. And if I'm coming across with schadenfreude, I apologize. That's not my goal.
Right.
But it is insane that like that's the situation they're in, where it was like, you get so many people that are like, I want a refund, that you're like, we're going to go ahead and put a hold on the refunds until we can revisit at a later date.
Well, and like my difference was like, it was like 25 extra bucks to ship it. Right.
A lot of people it wasn't $25. It was a lot.
Right.
More.
But like, all right, fine. $25 after I spent $250, I can live with that. You know, like whatever. It sucks. I don't love it. I wish it'd been different, but they were communicating. They clearly have been working on it, and they, you know, explained to me how they were willing to invest their own effort into it. Right? They said, hey, the guys who make the video game are paying this much. We're paying this much. We just need the extra bit. Fine. I can live with that. Whatever.
The weird thing with that, though, is that, I mean, I don't know, man. I ship a lot of board games. I do a lot of the fulfillment stuff for Gray Fox Games. I see what those things cost. I know how much it costs to get a box from here to there. Admittedly, I don't know how many, how heavy their boxes are, or how much space, or the dimensions, or anything like that. But those shipping prices seem really freaking high. And the other thing is that one of those things where it's like, and again, I don't know anything from anybody, but I don't know, and I'm not here trying. I've heard from people that use QML for their fulfillment. They talk about them as being, hey, look, it's amazing, and it's professional, and like my stuff gets to where it's supposed to go, and there's no damage and all these things. But man, oh man, it's like they charge so much more money than everybody else. Like I don't know, it's crazy. I don't know, and it's just
as someone who's paid for fulfillment services, the cost to get fulfillment services has increased dramatically.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know, but it's like shop around. I mean, there's so many different places that are willing to do it, and it's just like if you take a few moments just to look around, and I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not, I guess, for lack of a better term, like like the heyday, if you will. But I mean, I don't know. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, and I admit I'm probably on the opposite side in that as the guy who runs the company, I know what people are going through on the other side, and so I'm really willing to give a lot of leeway.
Well, I'm on that side too, but I don't because it's like I see like so you said something earlier, and I agree with it. It's like so. Like when everybody got blasted by COVID and all of a sudden they're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And then it turned into, oh my gosh, nothing's getting out of China. And oh my gosh, like, like a $4,000 container now costs $28,000. Like that's a whole bunch of holy crud. This is insane. How are we going to pivot this? And how are we going to take care of this? It's the people that after COVID started, when they knew the shipment was a problem, that like that then they are like, I can't believe this is happening. You're just like, how can you,
right?
How you're just, I don't know. It's crazy. The whole thing is just complete nutballs, and it's just I don't know. I mean, I don't wish anybody to go out of business. I don't wish anybody to have to like fire all their employees and go bankrupt and sell their house. I don't believe that at all. But I am of the mindset that it's kind of like, a lot of these places they could have done a lot more and shopped around and tried to keep things keep things afloat a little bit more and just be a little more transparent too. But I will say this, that is one thing that drives me freaking crazy is when you see people complain like backers on campaigns and they say, I need more transparency with the shipping prices, exactly what I'm paying for. And I'm just like, like Kickstarter like things are the most transparent when it comes to shipping prices. I mean, all the stuff that everybody buys every single day, like you go to the grocery store, you go to your gas station, you go and buy a used car, all those things. Everything you're buying has the shipping it took for that item to get on that shelf baked into the price that what you're paying. And it's just like, but people just, they swallow that like it's nothing. Like, oh, that's fine. $40 for that book. Sure. Here's $40. I mean, it's like, why don't you care about what it costs to ship that book to that person?
Fucking Bezos.
Well,
yeah. Barry's got it 100% correct right there.
Yeah.
Amazon Prime has broken everybody to
Yes.
think shipping should be free, even though it's not.
Not only that, it's jack prices up on everyday items to try and compete. It's weird.
And part of it is like I've tried to explain to people like, in 2019 I printed this book. It was $4 a copy if I printed 1,000. Right now, to go print 1,000 is $9 a book. 2 years later, you realize that
50%.
My cost has doubled. I am not charging you double. Right? I added $5. Like you're getting a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
But people don't, the fact that I made the $5 increase is the worst possible thing I could have ever done.
Yes, it is.
May as well have like come to their house and kicked their kid in the face. Like,
why is it they always go to kids? Why do the kids always get involved first? Right off.
So like,
hi Matthew. Hi. Matthew, the stranger to you is the guy, a friend of mine who lives in Fargo, North Dakota, so like close to me. His name is Alan, and he runs a RPG publishing company out of Fargo, North Dakota, baby.
Holy shit! We finally got somebody who knows what Lance is talking about. The locations,
he
the
knows
high
Fargo.
school.
Like, yeah, I can talk about spots in North in Fargo.
I
We
moved
don't
here from
have to. I
Utah
mean, this
less than
Gen
2
Con
years
list
ago,
is probably
so,
long,
you know.
right, Keith?
What's that?
Is this Gen Con list long? What is
Yeah, what's the? We should probably pull up. Let's pull up. Pull
Oh,
up
the Gen Con list. I've got it pulled, and I'm filtering by for sale only. Right?
okay?
Yeah, that's what we usually
Because
do.
that's what
But
we do.
except for when we get to Great Fox Games, because we will be demoing Last Light. Everybody should go back.
No,
Last
we're
Light.
gonna
Back
skip
Last
right
Light
over
on
that one. It's
GameFound.com.
not for sale. We're skipping over.
I will say
Them's
this.
the rules.
Do you know of any RPGs that are being released? Because that's the only thing I really care about checking out at Gen Con. Is
Sure.
RPGs.
So, Gallant Knight Games will be releasing things that go
those hacks.
Those hacks at my company. That is just me.
That
your wife.
that hack. I apologize. That hack.
No, so it was actually written by Jim Davies. And anyway, we'll have
Jim
it at Gen Con.
Davis, the creator of Garfield. That's quite the get.
Yes, it was a lot of effort. No, he's a professor of something really fancy with brains out of Canada. So it goes over my head. I just make games where you play pretend.
So now, of course, I got to look up Jim Davis. I wonder if he's still alive.
Davies.
No, but now I'm looking up Jim Davis, the guy who created Garfield.
All right, well, you can do that.
$3.95.
I know
Jim
a lot
Davis. Jim Davis is 77 years young, and let's see, what is he doing? He was, he sold his Paws Incorporated, his company. He sold it to the mass media conglomerate Viacom CBS for $1 gajillion in 2019. Retired. So,
I mean, if I was 75, I'd be selling my company for $1 gajillion too. I get it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
in fact, the fact that he
every cent.
late is impressive. I would have done it like 30 years earlier. So, I know a lot of studios. Steamforge will have the Dark Souls RPG. I think maybe I'm not quite sure where they are at that. There's a lot of other small publishers are going to be there. Agate Studios will have their latest Esterin releases from Shadows of Esterin, which is my favorite, like dark gothic fantasy RPG. I love it. I know Pinnacle will have the latest Savage World stuff. Goodman Games usually has the latest DCC releases there. And so there's going to be a lot of RPG stuff. Paizo will probably have their new stuff. My understanding is Fantasy Flight will have the new 5e Legend of the Five Rings rulebook, Adventures in Rokugan. And again, these are all, kind of might not be there really in the end, right? But these are sort of what are releasing and should be there at the same time, companies have said.
Yeah, I don't know how much time I'm going to have to wander the floor, but like basically I'm going to try and like just hit up the RPG booths because that's the only place. I mean, I suppose like, if you hit up Lamentations, they'll usually have their like 2 things that have 500 copies that are only going to be sold at Gen Con. And I'm always like cringing whether or not I should buy them or not, because usually they're just like a funky title that is meant to like basically either titillate / entice, and then the content is usually questionable at best. But it's like when you would see a bad album cover, but the music wasn't any good, that kind of thing. But if you don't buy it, you never will get it, right? So I mean, that's a pretty good way for him to do that, though, in my opinion. As a publisher.
I know aisle 19 where Studio 2 will have a bunch of indie publishers in it.
Yep. And then Wet Ink is going to be there, and they'll have something cool, I'm sure, like they always do.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose I might go by that Gallant Knight place or whatever. I hear that guy, probably has some cool stuff.
He'll probably just let you come over to his garage and take what you want. So,
well, yeah, there's that too. But I saw a guy today. Actually, it was a couple days ago. I saw a guy outside my my local gas station, a holiday station, if you will, Alan, since you know what I'm talking about.
I do. I understand that.
Yeah, so I was outside my I'm a holiday person. I use their $5 sip and save. You pay them $5, you can get a free soda every single day, free fountain soda. You know, which is, that's a heck of a good savings. But anyway, there was a guy out there and he had this completely chromed out, amazing neon light pedal bike outside. And I was like, dude, nice bicycle. And he was just like, and he turned to me and looked, he says, it better be for $7,000. And then he got on his bike and he flicked a couple of switches and like gangster rap that I could probably hear from 3 blocks away started blaring out of the speakers of it as he pedaled away. And I was still like, that's an amazing bicycle. I've never heard of anybody spend $7,000.
I would like to pretend that's the case, but I used to live in Utah where people go mountain biking. So,
but do they have do they blast?
No, because they're mostly Mormon, so no gangster rap.
Yeah. Oh, you would have gotten along. Oh, they would. Well, you're not Mormon. Never mind. But the Mormons there. Well, I mean, that was TMG town, baby. That was Taste Minstrel Games. That was my. Those are the people I work for.
A friend of mine just bought a recumbent bike, and they're like $4,000 or $5,000. You're nuts.
Wow, really?
My wife found. I've told the bike story, which is insane. I won't tell it again.
Please don't.
But at least,
Please don't.
But Alan would know. Great Northern Bikes down on Broadway. See, Alan knows what I'm talking about. Alan knows what I'm talking about. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, no, but I mean, like, because I'll tell you the story tomorrow when we go to lunch, Alan. But I mean,
all right.
But to get the bike, it was $1,000, but it's a super nice bike. I've always the Walmart special, you know, whatever. Give me that thing right there. I'll just take that. It's amazing if you actually spend money on something. It's actually pretty nice. But I drove
nice.
I drove to Mankato, Minnesota. Alan knows what I'm talking about. And
gosh, don't be this all fucking
go
night.
pick it up.
Just thinking the same thing.
What now?
Nothing, Lance. Keep going.
Right.
Everybody but you heard it, so
Why don't you go get hit by a train again already?
I only got hit by a train twice.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
It's
Barry
a long story.
Barry used to work for the railroad. He used to, you know.
It was a technicality both times. Once was a hose, once was a shoe. If I got hit by a train,
those are train parts, I guess, or something. I don't know.
A hose doesn't necessarily have to be a train part. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, this is I'm going to turn things over here quickly to Keith. Thank you for coming back, Keith. I hope you come back more often. I mean, you just
there's I
don't want to hear your reasoning why we don't talk
but
about
every other week is actually my game night, and so I'm still playing games when this starts and it's on this night, and then there's other things that just I don't know. Life has not been a thing where I've been feeling like staying up talking about stuff I don't do anymore.
Keith, how's your crew, by the way? How's the Keith garage?
They're all right. Like so last summer, my friend Jeremy got rift at our workplace, and so he lost his job, and then he ended up moving to another area last year. He moved up around Indianapolis for a while. He worked there, and now he's in Wilmington, which is the home of Indiana University. I had a friend that was able to get him a little bit better job. He made a little more money there. So he's doing all right, but we don't get to game with him very much. And then the other two guys that you know from BGG Con that go there with me, the ones that go to BGG, they're the ones that I play with now. And they're all doing okay. Nothing major going on with either one. And just, life's been kind of crazy. My son's starting college this fall. He graduated high school. He's on the autism spectrum, and that kid pulled off an honors diploma with over a 4 GPA.
That's awesome.
Which is something I never accomplished, not having that challenge.
'Cause
he
you're
got
lazy.
himself exactly, that is my
Mhm.
problem. I was lazy. And that kid's got himself a $23,000 a year scholarship to the college he's going to,
Oh, that's cool.
which makes that college about the same price as a normal state school because it's pricey. But this
Every bit
college
helps.
has less students than his high school does,
So it's worth it.
and
Yeah.
the student to faculty ratio is 11-1 at this college, and they're for either overseas studies or internships, they are at 100% rate at this college.
Oh,
Every
cool.
student that wants to do one gets to do one. So I think it'll be good, and we'll see how he does.
Does he have?
Autism is going to be a challenge with the social issues, but we'll
Yeah.
see how he does. It's only 45 minutes away from us, so that's the
Yeah.
other good part. So
Does he have an idea of like what field he wants to go into? Or?
we're going to have him try to do accounting, something where he can deal with numbers instead of people. That's
Yeah,
what
gotta
he's going to try to start with.
Just like his old man.
Yeah, I deal with people more than numbers, and
What about engineering or something like that? Yeah,
uh,
drafting.
I don't know. That's engineering's a little bit more. I don't know,
Yeah.
but that's what he's going to try. And his
Okay.
sister's starting high school this year, and that kid is so smart. She's going to be dangerous, and uh, just yeah, it's been busy year with the stuff with the kids, and most of it's positive, so that's good. And that's enough of that. We got shit to do so that I can
Well,
not be a
all I
thorn.
hear is like you trying to be all wham 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 when like just like whatever, man. You're not going through anything that any of us aren't. So I'm not listening to it. I'm not letting you get away with it. You
Yeah, but
just
here's the truth of the matter. COVID, I have always been introverted unless I'm around friends, and I forced myself to get out
I don't
there.
know why you're here then.
Yeah, exactly. That's
But
why I'm still kind of introverted. But
Which part?
COVID has absolutely encouraged the side of me that hates people and wants to avoid people at all costs. And I have retreated from society in so many ways due to when COVID came out. And I'm just now starting to get back in the world. I mean, I went to a movie theater for the first time in 2.5 years, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And so it's like I finally got out and did something. So
But I mean, the real question is, what did you see?
Thor, of course, because I'm a giant Thor fan.
Did you love it?
I enjoyed it. It was
Uh,
stupid and silly and fun, and I enjoyed it. So
Yeah, it's tough. Like I was down a year before the COVID, so it's been a little longer for me. And getting back with people is a little tough when you're isolated like that. Yeah.
yeah, I just and it's sad that I don't miss the interaction with strangers. I just don't care for it. And I still get to work from home up to twice a week, and I take advantage of that. And it's just more staying away from people. And I enjoy staying away from people. So, and the fact that I can order my groceries from Walmart because that's the only place to shop in town, and I don't have to leave the house and go into that shithole, it's the greatest thing ever.
Oh, that is. I didn't know that was an option.
Oh yeah,
We don't shop at. Jen works at a grocery store, so we don't.
yeah. Anyway, let's get going on this preview, so I'm not up until
I just want to say this. What do you mean you like you don't want to be around like people, you don't want to be around anything, you don't want to do anything? I mean, let me just speak, as as for all the strangers everywhere, they kind of appreciate not being around you as well.
Well, that's
I mean,
good.
just it's don't quit ruining my fun. You're like the second person that's just ruining my fun.
See, that's the thing is I have so far removed from society, nothing bothers me more because I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
I hide in my bubble and I stay there. And going out, I mean, the most I did was when I went to BGGCon last year. I mean, that was getting out and doing something. And then once I got to BGGCon, I stayed there and didn't leave the whole time I was there. I door dashed all my food in.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. All right. So here's the deal with the Gen Con preview. We go through these things one by one. We talk if we have anything of any interest to say about anything whatsoever, we speak up and say something. In the past, we would always do a do your homework, write down 5 games you're interested in, blah, 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 blah. Oh, hey, Alan Brown's here. Eggs, Alan. Eggs. Eggs, Alan.
Can't be eggs if there's no birds.
No. Eggs.
Birds are robots.
That they can't lay eggs.
Birds aren't real. Let's talk about birds not being real for a while.
Let's get on to the list.
Oh, okay, fine. No.
Sorry.
We do have 395.
It's not your fault,
to
man.
get
It's
through.
fine.
Okay, so yeah, we're late getting started. So everybody settle in. Get your oh, hold on. Let me
It is a smaller list, though. I'll give it that.
It is smaller. 1 second, please.
Keith, when you saw Thor, was the Monsters trailer running or no?
The what?
Monsters movie.
No,
Trailer?
I didn't see a trailer for that.
Oh my god, it looks so bad.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel about it.
It looks the Rob Zombie one looks so fucking bad.
Yeah. I heard this is like they just got done filming it, so that
It
the
needs to be
trailer,
black and
yeah.
white because the color's just ruining it.
Yeah, or
So-
it needs to be a darker color grade or something. To
Uh,
hide that
tonight's-
makeup that looks so fake. Yeah.
Oh, but you are breaking the phone being on chat, and we can't talk smack about you while you're here. Oh, Chad Roberts, you should pipe up. Actually, Chad, if I sent you a link, would you join us? Because I would love for you to come in and talk about RPGs that are being released at Gen Con. If you want to join me, send me a Facebook message.
Yeah,
Tonight's No Way Home is anyway. Tonight's Gen Con preview is brought to you by the Mothman and limited edition Dr. Pepper Dark Berry soda.
What the hell is a dark berry?
I don't know. I saw it and I bought it, and
Okay.
it tastes weird.
So artificial color flavor. Got it.
And I'm drinking clear American wild cherry sparkling water beverage.
Alan's
never
got
do
some sort of suds or hops or something going on over there.
A cider. I'm a cider
cider.
guy. So
Yeah, okay.
So am I.
Long live the Mothman. That's right.
I'm actually
Stick.
thinking about
Long
doing my
live the
own this year.
Mothman. And then Matt was just guzzling down I have no idea what he was guzzling.
IPA.
Oh, IPA. And then Barry, what do you got there? Your
about to-
tumbler.
I
I
got my
see.
handy
Oh.
dandy tumbler. It's iced tea. I only drink water iced tea.
I
or
know. I'm still
Gatorade.
really freaking annoyed about my tumbler being stolen. But thanks anyway, though. Thanks
Or
for-
whiskey or a beer.
Yeah.
I don't really
No.
drink much of
And
it.
and Matthew's got to go grab another beer.
And this is a wicked awesome IPA.
Wicked awesome. From Boston, I'm thinking Massachusetts.
No, it's from here actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, somewhere in Ontario.
Ontario. Okay.
All right, here we go. It looks like it's 25th Century Games.
All right,
Publisher
first
of Curmudgeon, made by friend of the show, Grant Lyon.
We haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah,
He's
he
working.
reached out to me today actually, and I'm gonna pester him to show up because he reached out to ask me some questions about some Gen Con stuff, and I told him to be there.
I thought he was out on the road. Comics usually don't have Wednesdays off. You know?
Well, I don't know what he said he was doing. He's going to be at Gen Con though.
Oh, he's scheduling time for that. It's different.
Anywho,
Moving on.
right before we
Yes.
get to 25th Century Games, we'll cover all the games I'm excited about this year. And 25th Century Games has for sale Blazon English regular version,
which I backed on Kickstarter and I'm stoked to get. So
Oh, it's beautiful.
I know nothing about this game, so if anybody has
Yeah,
anything to
Ian
say-
O'Toole did the art and
yeah.
I like Ian.
and the graphic design. We did the Kickstarter page, but
I know the designer. I know David Conklin.
yeah,
For you, man. I wish I could reach out and give you.
you
it's neat. It's all about heraldry.
you build coats of arms and
Yeah,
I'm so
Oh,
excited.
okay.
yeah, it's really
Sounds
neat.
cool.
Did you get the deluxe version, Alan? Nice. With the metal fucking animal.
Oh yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
big Pendragon RPG nerd. Like I love Pendragon, and so the minute this was on Kickstarter, I was like, I'm backing that. I'm getting everything. Doesn't matter what it costs.
So they
Here
have
we are.
they
I
have
would
those
just like to
orange
say-
animals in Chad made them in anodized aluminum.
Wow.
Oh, that's
I would
awesome.
just like to say this is why I hate the Gen Con show, because I think I'm not gonna want any
Yeah,
I'm
we
not gonna
know
want
you're
any
a
board
Uncle
games. And then
Pops.
like you
Most
see
guys,
stuff
yeah.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, that looks cool. And then
Yeah.
somebody says, oh, did you get the deluxe version? I was like, there's a deluxe version. Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
They'll
Cryptic
probably have
Cafe.
those deluxe versions in limited quantities at Gen Con. Yeah.
Next up is a game just for Lance, Cryptid Cafe, where you
Yeah.
work as the lead server
I
at
have
a
my copy.
Sasquatch-owned restaurant.
I actually tried that out, and then it was one of those games, and this is nothing. Again, when I say anything negative about a game, when I'm talking, you have to remember I've probably played 2,000 different board games in my life, or more. And so when I say something like, I tried playing Cryptid Cafe at I think it was at Dice Tower, or it was at Dice Tower Origins, and I thought, and I said, that was neat. I never need to play that again.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I am turning into that now myself, Lance.
that's what 98% of all board games are for me. That
Me
was
too,
neat.
only because I hardly ever play games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I
was
could
neat.
I could
never
tell a
need to play it
story,
again.
but I'm not going to, so that we can keep going.
I think Lords of
Please,
Waterdeep probably has the most plays, and that's like 4.
4? Wow. But at Cryptic Cafe, I think Lincoln and Nikki did a thing on that. It seemed okay for like, a family game.
Next up is Gartenbau.
Oh,
where we
this is
collect
cool.
seedlings, purchase plants, and grow flowers, become a Gartenmeister.
This uses all vintage 19th century art.
That's
I mean, thank goodness we have another game about flowers. that theme just hasn't been spelunked enough.
You like Cthulhu, some people like flowers or birds or whatever.
Next up, Gasha. Try
That
your
looks like
luck
a-
and
that
gather
looks
the
like
greatest
a-
Gasha collection.
That looks like a kids game, like it looks like a Hasbro kids game that you would see.
It does, yeah.
That cover. And I'm guessing that Jason Levine is not the Dice Tower Jason Levine. That is the designer.
You never know.
I do not know. Then next up is Ghost Love Candy 2. Sounds like a sequel. And so
Yeah.
I'm moving
You're
on.
rolling right. Or
That's an old game to be.
Yeah.
That's
Then
like
we've
8 or
got
7
Green
years
Team
old.
Wins.
That's actually pretty clever. I played that at Origins.
That's pretty clever. That's a completely different
Nah.
the
game.
party game.
No, I mean that's actually a pretty clever little party game, and like some the art's fucking horrible. I don't know who did that. Or
What the
company
fuck up?
wasn't.
Well,
No.
this particular card says this or that, curly fries or waffle fries. The answer is never waffle fries.
It is
Never, ever,
absolutely
ever waffle
Oh
fry.
my gosh, waffle fries. Waffle fries.
First off,
well,
waffle fries aren't fries; they're an abomination.
crinkle fries is crinkle fries is
Crinkle
one.
fries is a correct answer.
Crinkle
They
fries
hold the
one.
most
No.
gravy.
Look, the only
But grab your
reasonable.
ketchup the best.
We
It's
don't have
Crinkle-
poutine down
hey.
here.
You know, shut up. It's crinkle fries one, fresh cut fries two, and then you go to waffle fries. Curly
Well,
fries don't even
actually
enter the world.
fresh cut fries are always number one.
How
followed
about
by-
shoestring?
Mm.
What do you consider?
No, if
fresh cut?
I wanted to eat sticks, I would go outside
Yeah.
and pull some off my tree.
The
Oh,
only
shoestring fries are
fried
good things.
potato to carry ketchup that is worth mentioning is the tater tot. All right. I don't know where you people get off.
No,
You know,
see that's chopped up potatoes, and those are.
I have
that's
never
not
had a
potato.
tater tot.
Here. This
You're
is
not
something.
missing
This
much,
is
Matt.
something Alan
Oh,
knows
the
about.
fresh are all right.
Go to Sicky's garage and get some tater tots with the garbage dump seasoning.
Well, so we just go there for lunch tomorrow and call it a
Yeah,
day.
maybe, and get a twin cam.
Yeah.
Keith, what do you
The-
consider fresh cut?
The
Fresh cut. That's when you chop a potato up and then you blanch it and then you fry it and you have fantastic French fries.
Chad Roberts, you can go
Like
to
how
hell.
thick?
You can
Like-
go to hell and you can
Oh,
die.
they're different thicknesses. It can be
Okay.
whatever,
So mine's
as long as
called
it's fresh
steak
cut and
fry,
fried
but
versus frozen.
yeah. Okay.
Next up is Holly Jolly from My friends Matt Riddle and Ben Pinchback, two of my favorite people in the board game industry.
Oh, yeah.
Two very nice people, but I just can't see myself wanting to play that game at all ever.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. And it's published, its date was listed as last year, so I don't know. It's probably one
Yeah,
maybe
it was
they
a while
did
ago.
somewhere else and it got
So,
bought to
so
US.
let me just.
Yeah.
So I mentioned the twin cam. The twin cam. There's like a restaurant called the Sicky's Garage, and basically it's like a garage theme thing. But the twin cam it's like two like quarter-pound burgers with 8 strips of bacon and cheese, like two or three different types of cheese on it. And for a bun, you get 2 grilled cheese sandwiches or the bun on either side. And that's called the twin cam.
That's like the double down. Remember the double down?
Yeah, the double down, baby. Just chicken breasts and cheese. That's all it was.
You're making me want to go to Sicky's for lunch tomorrow now.
The twin cam. I had one once and I didn't feel good for like 2 hours.
You don't
Of course
say.
not. They should have called it the carb clogger.
These 25th century games, folks, are bringing a lot of new games to Gen Con.
You know,
Yeah.
for a one-man fucking shop, Chad is like a machine.
They're like, I'm bringing everything.
Yep. Next up,
Everything I had.
Longboard from
Longboards.
Reiner Knizia.
Surfing?
Biggest and best
You
surfboards on the beach.
Remember, Reiner said in an interview, I think of the theme first, and then I figure out the mechanics of the game. You lying, there's no way on earth he was like, I want to make a game about making the biggest and best surfboards, and then I'll figure out that no.
You
This was
never know.
This is something where he used he either re-implemented
Penguins or something.
an older
Yeah.
game and gave it a spin, or he used his big math brain, because he's like a genius mathematician.
Yeah.
He used his big math brain to come up with something neat.
It's the bow tie.
The bow tie.
I met him once. He's a very nice gentleman, very nice guy.
Next up, Oh My Brain, Bruno Catala and Teo Riviera. Ditch zombie cards and try to force others to lose their brains so that you survive.
Cathala hasn't had a hit in a long time.
No, he really hasn't.
Hasn't,
Prehistory's 25th Century English Only Edition. Prehistoric tribes hunt, then paint their achievements on cave walls. That sounds horrible.
I mean, paint their achievements
it's
on
an odd
cave wall
theme.
sounds dirty. And maybe it's just me. But
It's a cute little game.
It's not a theme though. Yeah.
No, it looks better than it sounds. I see polyominoes.
I don't know. If I puked into a fountain pen and mailed to the monkey house, I'd probably get better art. But
Oh Jesus.
I
You
kinda
can't-
like
you
the- I like
gotta
the
piss on the
tiles.
Cheerios, don't you?
well, I just
Can't
gotta see.
just let it go.
If Matthew did the art, I gotta give him the business.
I didn't do the art. I didn't do anything on this.
Oh, then this art's amazing. Everybody should buy copies of
you.
Prehistory.
And next up, Sunny Day Sardines, because everybody needs a game about horrible little fish in a tin.
Yes.
Now, hold up. Sardines are the best pizza toppings. I don't know where you're going.
That's
with-
anchovies.
Now this one has crappy art though. Look at that. Who did this?
They look like sardines.
Not me. Well, we
Oh, and
did
it comes
but-
in a sardine freaking tin, apparently.
See,
Oh,
I'm a sucker for games that like get delivered in their theme. So like the fact that it's in a sardine tin means I'll
So
probably
no, go back
I
up and
hate
see the
tins.
designer. That's cool. Jeremiah Acevedo. He had a channel. He had a YouTube channel for the longest time, and he did good work. So good for him for making a game. That
cool.
makes me happy to see that he did that. He's a super nice guy too. If you ever get to meet Jeremiah, he's like just one of the most gracious.
He is
humans
really
ever.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, next up, Adam's Apple Games, and I can actually speak about this one. It's Planet Unknown, which I backed on Kickstarter and already had delivered, and I've already played it. It is a polyomino tile laying game where all players play simultaneously, and the game comes with a big plastic Lazy Susan to hold all the pieces that go into how you play the game. Actually a fun game with a little bit of mix up player powers and stuff that you can use to
Here's my 2 things I'll say about that. Here's my 2 things. One, the ink wash on the deluxe pieces is garbage. He shouldn't have done
yeah,
it.
it's not great.
It's like I wish he hadn't done it. But whatever. It is what it is. No big deal. You can throw them in some super green for overnight, and it'll brush right off if you want to get rid of it. 2, this is my review of Planet Unknown. I didn't hate it. Would play again.
Yeah, that's like high praise from you.
That
It
is high
is.
praise for
It
me.
is.
Yeah, and so it's a good game. It's already out, so I
so
don't
that
know
little
if I have to be on
circle
Gen
that
Con,
go
but-
back to the picture, that little circle. So let me explain the one thing about that I really liked about it. This is the thing that I really enjoyed, is that when you sit and then go to the spot where you see that little disc or whatever, there it is right there. So where you sit at the table, like you have those, you can see that there's those little I'm pointing at my screen, like you can fucking see what I'm
Yeah,
pointing
there's
at.
little triangles next
There's
to it.
little
that
triangles,
is your
and what
position.
that does is that points to the bay. So there's going to be the 2 types of tiles that are available to you. So the first player gets to spin the whole thing to figure out which piece they're going to want, and then they stop there, and then that forces the other players to pick from that bay that's in those locations.
Yeah, you can take.
It seems. I mean, it's like it's a super cool method to do it. I really liked it. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, it works really well, and you can kind of screw some people too. But
Huh.
it's got one of my favorite things in game, which is simultaneous play. So you're not sitting there twiddling your thumbs waiting for other people to do shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
apart from the ink wash on the deluxe pieces, the art's really good, and the boards are really nice. They have the indentations, so your stuff doesn't float around. Yeah, it's good stuff.
That's
All right.
now made it on my list. I
Next up, AEG. We've got Dog.
Oh, and
Lover.
Adam Rayberg at Adam Apple Game. He is a proud Minnesotan as well. So there you go.
All right, we got Dog Lover from AEG. It's a 2021 game. It says, so I'm skipping it.
You know, I mean, I just AEG just keeps pumping out cat and dog games.
Yeah.
I think it's because John Zinzer, the guy who owns the whole shop, he's a big pet lover. I think
Yeah.
that's why.
We've got the Guild of Merchant Explorers.
Could you
which
have a
is
more
Matthew
boring
Dustin and Brett Gilbert? And
Beige cover?
yeah, it's the cover
Hey!
of that game is ugly as shit. by the way.
No, it's not.
It-
Did you do that one? I didn't even know. I was just
Yes, we did that on purpose because it's fucking vintage mappy art shit.
oh, let's look at this up close and see if I could. I mean, I can't draw a stick figure, so I can't judge art. but the color palette of this is
am I supposed to think
unattractive.
that I'm looking at this through a telescope? Is that why it's all bent like it's?
I think you
I
actually
didn't.
figured
Yeah, I'm not a
something
big
out.
fan of the art. I gotta say, but
No, I mean the grayish is it's a bold choice, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for you.
Hey man, what
Yeah.
do you think about Gray Fox's games there, dude? I'm just curious.
Anyway, I don't know anything about
They're
this
good for
game. I don't know if
kindling.
it's good. So. But it does have good designers, so I don't know. It might be great.
Oh, everybody mind your manners. I think my mom's watching.
Oh, okay. Next up, Ready, Set, Bet from John D. Clare. Buffett. Oh, wait, there's not card layering in this thing?
touche.
He finally
So-
made a
so-
game without card layering.
So can I just be salty for a moment? So I've
For
told
a
my
moment?
story. Yeah. So I've told my story about John D. Clare being kind of like all grouchy with TMG because he didn't think that we did a good enough job promoting his big giant 4X apocalypse game. And then
What game was that?
oh, I can't even remember the name of it now. It was just such a burp in the cosmos. But here's the deal: like when we had the one pre-production copy, he took it from the booth at BGG Con, and they played a full 6-player game with like John Zinzer and Todd Rowland and somebody else from AEG and him and a couple other people. And I could just tell it was one of those things where it's like, oh, we're gonna play this game, and then when like the license expires, you know, then we'll be able to publish it in a real company with AEG. Well, here we are, you know, 5-6 years ago, and I remember playing it. And I was like, this game's got issues and it's got problems, and I remember. And to be fair, it probably wasn't developed well enough within the company, you know, because it just probably wasn't, right?
Well, you mean Edge of Darkness?
No, it was by TMG. So you have to look at it that way. But no, and the thing is, it's still not like the remake of it still hasn't happened, which just lends it to the point where it's like, yeah, there you go.
Oh, all right. Next up is That Old Wallpaper. from AEG. It is draft cards to recreate the pattern from your grandma's wallpaper. Okay.
We can just move on, right?
Yeah,
Like, just keep going.
exactly. Then Wormholes. Somebody told me this is actually a pretty good game. I don't know
So
anything
I
about it.
played this at ACD Game Day.
Okay.
It was not what I expected, but I would play it again at a casual game night.
Okay. There's high praise right there. Not what I expected, but I would play it. Next up, Aaliyah Games has Dungeons, Dice, and Danger.
That's at
Use dice-
Ravensburger, to be clear.
Yes. But it's in the Aaliyah boxes, which Aaliyah has the best.
But will Aaliyah use paper thin cardboard in this one again?
Of course, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's a roll and write. There you go.
Ugh.
But does it have a good Aaliyah rule book, or is it another rule book? Because Aaliyah has my favorite rule books. Alley Cat Games with a bunch of dice games here. We've got Dice Hospital ER Emergency Roll, Matt Dunstan, Brett Gilbert, followed by Dice Theme Park.
I don't know
With, Daryl
anybody who
Andrews.
owns a single copy of any Alley Cat games, and yet they seem to publish 27 games a day. It seems like they're
I
always.
think a
coming
lot
with
of people played Dice Hospital. I never did, but I think it was somewhat popular. And then we have Eternal Palace. Rebuild the Ember's Palace in this dice placement game. I like dice placement games, but I do not like Area Majority, so I don't know if I like it or not. Let's look at Dice Theme Park, see what it looks like. These photos are kind of horrible. Let's see. Can't see anything in that. And TTS. Oh, okay. That's nice. Cool. Moving on. Amigo with Dice Hunters of Therion. Use the dice to be a hero, defeat villains, and gain rewards. Don't Llama Dice by Reiner Knizia from Amigo. Roll the dice to rid yourself of number cards and minus points. Froggies from Amigo. Frogs chill on lily pads. Doesn't sound exciting.
Sounds realistic.
This game's from 2012. We're skipping it. That's from 2020. We're skipping it. Saboteur the Dark Cave. I guess if you like Saboteur.
Yeah,
there's some
just I mean, how many Saboteur games are they gonna come out with?
They're going to come out with as many as it takes to where people stop buying them.
How many
That's
are
the
there?
answer to that question. Where is Mousy? That's 2006. Let's move on. All right, we've got Arcane Wonders. Critters at War, Flies, Lies, and Supplies. Submit orders on 3 more fronts to outwit your opponents. Then we've got Foundations of Rome, which is already out, delivered from Kickstarter. If you want this game, this is one of the only ways you can get it other than ordering it straight from Arcane Wonders. It's huge, overproduced Emerson Matsuuchi game. I actually really like the game. So if you want to pay $250 for what's basically a game that could be played with cardboard tiles, but isn't, it's really cool. But
So they are. If you want to wait, they're gonna do a Kickstarter. My understanding, early 2023 or late 2022. That will have an expansion, and you'll be able to get the base game. And but who knows? It'll be cheaper or more.
it'll be more expensive because prices have gone up. But
Yeah.
the production of this game's absolutely fantastic. It's really
Oh, it
nice.
is. The game looks absolutely beautiful. But Keith, I mean, and it's clever. It's an Emerson game, so it's
Yeah.
clever. But it is.
But it could have been a $50 cardboard game.
It could have been a $50 cardboard game, and it would be just as clever. So
Did you see the Skyrise by Roxley, the preview for that?
no.
It's very similar with all the little plastic bits, buildings and stuff.
I
But
don't know. Maybe I'm
you got to
mistaken.
admit, it does look pretty dope on the
Oh, it's
table.
beautiful.
Oh yeah, it totally
Yeah.
looks cool. But I mean, it's just kind of like I don't know. Whatever.
I need
Good
us
for
to
them.
move on before I add this game to my purchase list. The two.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
just
I
so you
mean,
know,
no.
it takes an entire calyx cube by itself. It's massive.
It does.
Robert.
That-
Robert.
That's
is,
not a problem for me. I live in rural North Dakota. I got acres to spare.
Yeah, Robert and I mean Robert and his soon-to-be wife Julie are friends of the show, and they've been on the show before. So I mean, I'm glad he's got a hit on his hands because the game's amazing.
Did they set a date yet?
September, they're getting married in Vegas.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Then we have 2 expansions for
They get
Picture
to be
Perfect.
miserable like the rest of us.
Actually,
Oh, Lance.
What are you doing?
I'm going to my filters real quick. Hold on.
You are out of touch there, Mr. MC.
Come on. Why are you lagging? Come over here. Where can I filter out expansions?
No, leave the expansions.
Okay, fine. I was going to filter out the damn expansions.
Quit messing with it.
No, fine. Be that way. Ares Games has a bunch of war game type stuff, and Orconomics 2nd edition. So it's a 2nd edition of something. So if you know,
I did play. I mean, I remember playing the original Orconomics, and it was good. I mean,
And
as far as like it was very backstabbery. If you like backstabbery.
and then we've got a 3rd edition of Quartermaster General. So we're moving on.
Now, Artana has a game listed. I thought Artana was out of business, but I guess I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, it's a 2021 game, so it may be just
and they're showing
selling
under
off stuff.
Genius
Games. So it may be stuff that they had published and it's just being sold off. That might be my guess. BA Baracus Games has Cult of the Deep English edition.
That's fun. I've played the.
I take it it's a Cthulhu thing.
Yeah, I mean it's a fun little it's exactly what it says there. You convince people that you're doing one thing that you're not doing another, and yeah.
Designed by Sam Stockton. It sounds like a 80s action hero.
And the thing about it is that like each faction has its own like thing that it has to do. So it has shades of Chaos in the Old World by Eric Lang going on with it too. So
Bezier Games, if you love Castles of Mad King Ludwig, there's a collector's edition.
Yeah.
We've got a deluxe edition of Cat in the Box, and then we've got Sink or Swim with a little clever name there. It sounds like a synchronized swimming game. It sounds.
The meeples would indicate that's what it is. So
Yeah.
Well, yes, they would indicate that as well as the name. And okay, I'm moving on.
Moving on.
Big Potato Game with Zillionaires Road Trip USA 3rd edition. Okay. Sounds Fishy English edition. And USPS, the Great American Mail
I mean,
Race.
just
I bet that's
going
gonna sell great right
it's
now.
obviously sponsored. They had to get the United States Postal Service. Yeah, it's one of those things where it was like I mean, the game's probably garbage, but I mean, the fact that it's like got the I mean, that stuff's cool. It's got a little stamper in it. How cool is that?
That is cool.
I don't think I'm going to
Actually
buy it, and
interested
I don't
by
think I
that
want to play it. But I mean, but the fact that it's like got the little postal truck on it, I think is cool.
It's got a postal truck and it's got a Pony Express rider and a mail jet and a train.
Well, and the thing about that's dumb is that I haven't seen my postal worker hasn't worn a postal worker uniform in like 10 years. So
Really?
yeah,
Mine does. All of them.
I'm on a rural route, so they drive like beat up pickup trucks and shit.
yeah, that's same.
Yeah.
I'm in the
Okay,
suburbs.
that game doesn't look interesting to me, so I'm moving on. Blue Orange Games has Bag of Chips.
There you go. That's your game, Alan. Your game that is present. It has the presentation of the game.
They'll probably do a sequel called All That and a Bag of Chips. And
Oh, look at that.
and I will buy both, so it's fine.
tasty, the salty. And
But I was
tasty.
wondering, it's like, okay, so you cut it open because it actually says you have to cut open the bag to play. So you cut it open and then like.
You know what though? If I only play it once, that's fine because I buy legacy games.
Oh, it's got a Ziploc thing in it.
Oh,
You get
okay,
to Ziploc it back
okay.
shut, because if you can do that for something that costs you $2 to eat, you can do it for a board game too, I guess. So, okay, Downtown Farmers Market, so you can get some more food games from Blue Orange.
Everybody
Hey,
loves
food games are great. They're the best games. They make me hungry.
Then
Yeah,
we've
like-
got a Phil Walker Harding joint, Museum Suspects. That's English Spanish edition.
Ooh.
And then we have Next Station London.
I've never heard of the
Dustin,
first
draw
station.
metro routes to cross the Thames and connect London.
Barry's out.
That's got neat little art there.
Yeah, it's another.
You know, this remember what was it, a year ago or 2 years ago? Everybody had a dream and a rolling right that they wanted to release.
Yeah.
I missed that phase.
Yeah. All right. We got Board and Dice with Founders of Teotihuacan.
Teotihuacan?
Yeah, however you want
Teotihuacan.
to say it.
Yeah, no, whatever.
I don't know
mean-
anything about it.
I mean, I honestly,
I think I've heard of this one.
I don't know. I mean, it looks
Yeah, I
like
think
it looks
I
like
did a
another
thing
Euro.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another Euro. Oh, we've got expansions for a couple games. A Terracotta Army English.
I like the
edition.
theme of it.
Area
if it-
majority influence income ancient and miniatures.
Yeah, I mean, I love the pictures of the Terracotta Army. It looks so cool.
How much is this sucker? It looks expensive.
That looks kind of neat.
Well,
actually.
according to this, 70 bills.
It's not as bad as I was thinking. All right.
Remember when board games cost $40?
I
No.
do. Once upon a time. BoardGameTables.com has Bear Raid, where you influence the stock market and make the most money. And Dandelions. Dandelions try to plant the most seeds across a
just
variety of beautiful
why?
gardens. And Factory Runner, build a frenetic factory to most efficiently convert between different resources. Ghosts of Christmas, which is a tricky card game. And Psychic Pizza delivers go to the ghost town. Use psychic powers to deduce where to deliver the pizza and avoid ghosts. Lance will be pretty good at this, being a former professional delivery driver.
Oh, I'm so into this.
But is he psychic?
It doesn't matter. One of the
What is-
RPG that gets
is
played
this
the
a
most in our house is
Korean
Ninja
game there?
Burger.
Or
Oh.
What's
It
the
looks like it
RPG
is
that gets played
Japanese
in your
game.
house?
Japanese?
Yeah.
Ninja Burger.
Ninja Burger. Okay, yeah.
So I'm down for anything where you have to deliver food in weird supernatural situations. 100% my thing.
Next up, we've got from Bombix Garden Nation, because we need more gardening games.
Yeah, gardens. It's all
Yes, we
gardens,
do.
gardens
All
and
gardens.
plants and dandelions and flowers. That's all we have.
Happy
And
thoughts.
then Nicodemus, the English French edition, another
I
Bruno
beg to
Cathala
differ.
game.
What do you beg to differ on there? Like,
What we don't need
Matt.
is another fucking medieval game. That's what we don't need.
Oh,
Whatever.
I can
Some
see
guy,
that.
some
Yeah,
guy with a
yeah.
medieval game calls you up and says, "Name your price to do my art." You'll be like, "Yes, sir," right away.
Well, that's beside the point.
Friends at Breaking Games have a bunch more Trobel shit as well as
friend of the show, friend of the show, designed by Kristen Strain, friend of the show.
Who just bought a house.
Just bought a house, buy a game, help him pay for his house.
I have Dwellings of Eldervale. It's really cool, big box of game. It's not
Dwellings
new,
is
though.
very
Should have
very
for
good.
$100.
And then Luck.
Isn't that neat though? We
the
sold
game.
all of our Dwellings of Eldervale units for the second print, which will be arriving in September. We're offering a third print run for pre-order at Gen Con.
That's cool.
So it's
That's
just like
good.
you'll be able to pre-order it while you're there.
It's good. Oh, a legendary upgrade kit. See, I actually need that because I didn't get the legendary version.
You didn't
But I
get the
really
you didn't get
don't
the
need
you didn't get the monsters, the growl.
I didn't get the growly monsters.
You
Oh, yeah.
son of
I know. And I want them because there's holes for them in my box, and that's the only reason I want them.
a-
But I really don't need it. Then we've got Luck the Game, brinksmanship at bidding and savvy chip placement in this 4-in-a-row easy auction game. Okay, it's super tic-tac-toe, right? That's what it says to me. Bright Eye Games has Cora Quest. I don't know. A cooperative and customizable dungeon crawl for the entire family.
That's interesting art. I can't. Tell if
I
like
think
it or not.
it's made for children's. So that's cool. I kind of like the way they have the wheelchair of doom character. That's
Eh.
pretty damn cool.
Uh,
So yeah, I think this is a good. I think it's a kids game. I think it might be.
Anybody
a fun kid
created
game.
an event in Gen Con?
I have not. No.
oh, it says 6+.
Yeah.
I'm trying to edit an event. I don't know how to do it.
No idea.
Okay,
For Otherwise
sorry.
Games is Call to Adventure Epic Origins.
Oh, we worked on that.
Is it any good?
It's shit.
Oh.
It's Call to Adventure. I mean, it's so this
Real
is like
shit.
this is a very D&D version of it.
I'm just kidding, that.
Please tell me that Buffalo Games has a game about plants. Oh,
Buffalo Games has Planted, a game of nature and nurture where you could. Oh, this is specifically house plants, though, Lance. So
See,
you
now
know,
we're
it's a-
specializing.
it's a little bit more specialized. Capstone Games, Arc Nova, that shit's already out, so we're not.
yeah,
gonna
you
talk
may have
about
heard of a game called Arc
Arc
Nova.
Nova.
No, can I rant here just a little bit?
Catherine the
No, I don't have time to
No,
rant.
I just want to say one thing here, and I this isn't anything against Aldi and Board Game Geek and anything, and like you build somebody up before you tear them down, right? Board Game Geek is like the number one site to go to about anything to do with board games, and it's the jam, right? But it's one of those things where if you have a game where you have Arc Nova, which is now listed number 7 in the world as far as, like, according to Board Game Geek, it is the 7th best board game
It is
ever
not.
published ever.
Okay.
Okay, so, and again,
Now, Keith.
so
we're going
in
by
the
Papa.
history of board games, how wonderful it is to know that we live in this glorified time where, like, the 7th best board game ever made in the world in history was made in the last 6 months.
We're
Anyway,
so lucky.
we're
I
in
mean,
rarefied
Come
air
on,
here.
Lance. We do that with movies
So,
and shit.
it-
Books and. Yeah.
In defense of that, though, that's going to happen at some point, right?
But again, Board Game Geek gives more. But if you look at, like, they're like, you go to like the oldest game in the top 10 that they have is 2011.
That's old.
Well,
That is
Today's
that's
day and
ancient.
age,
but part of
that's
it is
ancient.
due to just the fact that you get more and more new users, and those users don't have the experience with the old games, and they vote more on the new stuff. That's just the way
Yeah,
it happens.
it's just the way it is.
Get over it.
Yeah, pops. Let's go.
Ah!
Catherine, the cities of Sarina.
Serena.
Oh, I ordered that one.
Oh, it's a Russian
Play your
game.
cards
Catherine
smartly.
the
Become
Great.
the new advisor to Catherine the Great.
Wasn't that their capital one time?
That's another capstone. Okay.
It looks boring, but
Yeah, that's kind of my thing, but I don't
you
know.
never
I
know
haven't
with the
played any new
gameplay.
games.
Yeah,
lately.
yeah.
Then we got some expansions for shit, and now Capstone has Terra Mystica, and it's a big box. So if you want Terra Mystica, go buy it from them. Say
And they
thank you.
Terra
Terra
Mystica
Mystica,
are-
the game that I love, that I just horrible at, just absolutely horrible at it.
How many
Chili
expansions are
Island. Chili Island has Soulmates and
there?
Top 10 Quiz. So party games. Moving on.
Moving on.
Chili Fox Games has Riverside.
I like that. I like
Tour
that. I
guide on
like
a
that
river
cover.
cruise.
I like that cover.
And a
Best
river
guy
cruise and
on
an
earth.
exotic winter land.
It's a well-structured cover.
Yes. Which one of your team members did it there?
What's
Matt?
what's your thoughts on that cover there? They're professional artist guy.
It's good because it has a hierarchy to it. So many covers that are done these days have no fucking hierarchy, and you don't know where you don't know where to look. Your
I
eye
get
goes
you.
to the
Yeah,
wrong place,
yeah.
and they're not drawing your eye somewhere that they want. So
So is the
See, the best thing
non-artist
about that cover
person.
is that you see. I like the disparity between the
Yeah.
the contrast of the yellow, and the
Yeah.
and the like the aquamarine blue. And then the
Because
fact
that
that
last
then you
game we saw
stop,
them at
then you
the-
actually stop there and kind of look at it for a little while, and you see like you start seeing like the building in the background that doesn't have any lights on. You know, like what's going on there, and like
They're all
the other
dead.
stuff too.
They're all dead.
And then you finally you see
COVID
the
got 'em,
northern lights up
murdered
above,
bastards.
and yeah.
So Matt, why do you think that is that this hierarchy or structure of it's going? You know,
Because there's a lot of non-professional artists doing covers.
gotcha. They don't know the basics. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much.
Uh,
I mean, I'm doing a portfolio review at Gen Con for a couple hours on Thursday, and I'm hoping people stop by, but that's one of the main things main comments that I have for people. Sorry, I didn't even sidetrack.
Can you
it
just
was my fault.
like go through them and say things
smoke
like
a lot of
hated
weed,
it?
A lot of
And then-
questions.
On our team call last week, people were like, the first person you should get Andrew to come do the first one, and you just hold up a fucking one of his pieces and go, this is shit, and just rip it in half and then light it on fire.
I agree. You should do that.
That'd be funny.
Okay, City of Games has Isle of Cat stuff, and it's all already out, so we're moving on.
Sorry, Keith.
Crowd Games has Art Box English Edition. Roll dice with shapes and draw items using only those shapes. Then we've got expansion for Deep State New World Order, as well as Deep State New World Order, which is a
That's what we need,
2019
more
game.
conspiracy games.
So yeah, these games are all old. Windmill Cute Secrets is new though. So tell a story so that the last person will guess it right. It's the telephone game that you're paying $15 for, but you could probably play it for free.
You're still angry.
Oh,
Man, I don't know which one's pops. You were Lance, geez.
Winter Queen. Create
Burn
magical
you up.
patterns out of enchanted crystals to impress the Winter Queen. Days of Wonder has more Ticket to Ride stuff from all these
The
buddy
game
Allen
that'll
Armour.
never end.
Yeah, well, he's gonna keep freaking turning the money crank until he
Yeah, rightly
dies.
so, but
So,
I'm saying
like,
it'll
why
never
wouldn't he?
end.
All right. Dead Alive Games has Omicron Protocol. Fight others or work together to survive the apocalypse.
Omicron Protocol.
Nice happy.
Friend
Engage.
Jim Felly, his game from a couple of years ago, Cosmic Frog, and a new title, The Mirroring of Mary King.
So I have played both of those. Cosmic Frog is amazing.
it was a good game.
And then, but the Mirroring of Mary King, it's a 2-player game where basically you have these different rules that allow you to flip over these tiles in the middle that that basically the way it's made. Yeah, there. So like between so there's the pictures of, and as you flip over the things, you're trying to, as the players, you're basically kind of waging war against each other back and forth, trying to, through card actions, to like control and change and then when you get to the end, you see it's very clever. I actually did some play testing with Jim while he was putting that one together.
But is it a social deduction game? Anthony's not here, so somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
We've got from DeVere Games, we've got Home Sweet Home or Not.
Not.
Sweet home.
Or not. Your family has a mission, return everything to normal. And there ain't shit in this entry to tell me anything about this game.
Looks okay.
Look, all the
It looks like
boxes are
it's got,
rooms.
it's a nesting box with little rooms in it.
Like tiny epic Home Sweet Home.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Moving on.
An expansion for Doom Imperium.
Moving on is expansion.
Dolphin Hat Games has Gimme That. It was made
Well,
in
I
the
like the potato. I like that potato.
It's got a tater. Well, we were discussing taters early. Where do living taters come in on the? There is nothing about this game. So, moving on. Doomlings from Doomlings LLC. It looks like it wants to be an Exploding Kittens game. Moving on. Usurp the King from Games Inc. Families behind the board use daggers, bribery, and conspiracy to vie for power.
Sounds
It's area
neat.
majority, influence, fantasy, and medieval.
Mwah.
Draco Studio has Dodos riding dinos. 1
No.
to 6 players racing different tracks using projectiles. It sounds like it wants to be Mario Kart. Lords
They're
of
edging in on Pandasaurus.
Dragon Bond multilingual edition.
Lords of Valhalla.
Yeah. Party Panda Pirates English edition. Regroup Chicken Army. Regroup your chicken warriors and chicken wizards to fight for glory.
I don't want to
But be careful not to choke them.
I don't want to sound mean or evil or anything here,
Sure.
but man, there's a lot of people that have a dream, don't they? You I just regroup chicken army. Yeah, I don't know. What do I know? It's probably the game's probably amazing. Probably the best game ever.
Amazing. Moving on.
Probably is. All right, Dragon Dawn Production has Factory 42. Such a great name for a game. It
It is.
draws me in and makes me want to know more.
Marxist
The
The
dwarves.
description's even better there, Keith.
You
Euro
got
style
Santa Claus
board
on the
game,
cover.
2 to 5 players.
Look at that. Okay, it's an expansion cover, that Gray Eminence thing, but man, that is not a good cover either. That is just busy and ugly.
Very bad.
Yeah, we've got May Show.
I want to do this list with Matthew just going very bad. Next.
DV Gioke has Deckscape and Detective games. Eggert Spiel Plan B Games has an expansion for Great Western Trail Second
expansion, look at
Edition.
Mhm.
Elf Creek Games has Merchants of the Dark Road, which is already out, which I actually really like that game.
That is a good game.
And it's got fantastic production. Everything Epic
Librarians.
Games has the Librarians Adventure card game.
Great TV show.
Yeah, my wife
don't-
enjoyed it.
Yeah, Librarians
Is
is a
that
great
like
show.
the Dungeons and Dragon Pathfinder Adventure card game?
It could be. With
Probably.
Exploding Kittens has hand-to-hand wombat and Happy Salmon English.
I can't
Exploding
wait to see what they're
Kittens
gonna do this
edition
year. I gotta say, at Gen Con.
and Zombie Kittens. Yeah, so
Oh,
their
they're
booth
just
is
gonna
great.
they're just gonna put that same thing up and you walk up and you hit
You
the
think
button
so?
and- oh yeah, it's just
Yeah,
the
but you
same
know
thing
what?
all
At
over
least
again.
it's something entertaining at the show to do when you're bored.
But the thing is if you don't get there right away, you gotta wait 18,000 hours to like.
But
go
see,
through
you
the
don't
thing.
do it. You just watch other people do it. and
Yeah,
just-
yeah, that's the
Oh
joy.
yeah, I really love that. I like watching other people spend money. That
Lance is
sounds like
selfish.
a great time.
You do
Sign
when
me
you're
up.
at your booth. You like watching other people spend money.
Come
That's because it
on.
goes in my
Um,
pocket and makes my boss happy. Of
Does it
course I
really,
love
though?
that.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. Fantasy Flight Games has Cosmic Encounter expansion.
They still publish anything? I mean, seriously, remember, let me stop for a second. Remember
Lord of
when
the
you'd
Rings,
hear about
Star
what are the
Wars?
big new Fantasy Flight releases this year? Remember that
Hey,
was like,
there's a new game in this list, Lance. Believe it or not. It's
yeah, but remember there was like everybody was just like, oh my gosh, what's
you'd
the
be
new
so
thing?
excited for what was coming out for Fantasy
yeah.
Flight. Now it's just the same shit turned on a new grinder over
Do
and
they
over and
still
over.
do the in-flight thing at Gen Con?
Who cares?
Okay.
How many expansions
just
are there for
curious.
Cosmic
Well, see, here's the
Encounter?
thing: you used to care, and
There's
now
like
you don't.
9 or
Yeah.
10. And it's just a bunch of cards. So it's just
Yeah,
like,
it's just a bunch of extra races, probably.
Yeah, so we've got the Outer Rim expansion for people like that, more Cosmic Encounter, and a revised core set of Lord of the Rings, the card game. The new game is Twilight Inscription, which is a Twilight Imperium roll and write.
pass. A
and-
2-hour playtime? Are you
So-
freaking
so-
kidding me?
You've got to see the pictures.
For a
'cause
roll.
I
It
saw-
goes up. It goes up.
this
to 8
is your
players.
boards for the roll and write. You have 4 separate
It still takes the
Things
same amount of
for your
space.
roll and write. They are going to have so many lawsuits for fucking carpal tunnel when they're done with people playing one game of this shit, because it is they just said, let's see if we can make the most ridiculous big roll and write.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so they're trying to make an epic Twilight Imperium length. roll
So
and
what's
write.
your pen? Is it like a white marker?
Well, it takes 72 pins to get through one game because you.
Oh, it's a gold, the gold marker. Interesting.
Yeah, it's fancy there.
Just though, whatever. Good for them.
Yeah, a
Good
90
for
to
that.
120 minute roll and write. So, First Fish Games has Ducks in Tow.
I mean, can you imagine? It's like, hey, no, we'll just play a roll.
Oh, did you see their new game? Their Mist Wind with like all the flying whales. It looks really awesome.
No,
Who's that, man?
Ducks are First Fish. They're in Vancouver. It's Stephanie Kwok and Oscar.
Oh, yeah, both these
Or
games
an
are
Oscar.
old.
no, nothing new listed here.
Yeah,
There's
2020,
2020
2019.
No, they didn't. They don't have
It's
it.
probably in the demo list on here.
Yeah, probably.
Floodgate Games has Decorum, a game of passive aggressive cohabitation. That's called marriage. An expansion for Fog of Love, Kites English edition, and some more Sagrada stuff.
We worked
Friend
on
of the
it.
show.
Friend of the show.
And Minnesotan.
And Lance officiated their wedding.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I married Ben and Emily.
There you go. Format Games has Noggin. And So Wrong It's Right. Foxmind has Go Pop Presto. And Match Madness Duo. Sounds like mass market games to me, and I'm moving on. Funko has Disney, a Goofy movie game.
So remember when Funko was going to come out and they're like, we're going to make we're going to have all these massively overproduced board games and they're going to be amazing. And we're going to shut down our board game division and just pump out garbage.
So, speaking of Disney, Minnie and Mickey Mouse had irreconcilable differences, and they ended up in divorce court. And the judge says, Mickey, I'm sorry, I can't grant you a divorce just because you think Minnie's crazy. And he says, I didn't say she's crazy. She's fucking goofy. Anyway, I had to move on. That's an old favorite joke.
No, that's a classic. That's a classic.
E.T.
Disney Big Thunder Mountain Railroad has a nice toy factor where you have a big plastic railroad with marbles or mountain that marbles roll down.
Yeah, I did see that.
E.T. the Extra Testicle, Light Years from the Home Game.
Extra Testicle. I see what you did there.
Oh, I misread
Took you a little bit
bad.
there.
Sorry,
my bad.
For all those fans of ET, yeah, you're like 40 years too late. Just
Nostalgia, Lance.
Did you get a copy of the Atari game with it?
Hey, the Jaws game was good, and it was 40 years late.
Now hold up.
Yeah.
As somebody who is younger than ET, I have never seen ET.
That's
What?
okay.
That's how most of your generation is. It's no big deal. Moving on.
Oh, did you see that documentary where they went to go find all the
game,
the buried games?
Yeah, that was
Atari.
cool.
Why would somebody make a documentary about something like that?
Why?
Why? Because somebody gave him money to do it.
Yeah. And it
'Cause
was the biggest
worst
flop.
game
So
ever.
to be clear, ET is an alien, right?
Yeah, hence the extra
He's an
testicle.
extraterrestrial. Get it right.
A black and white Funkoverse game.
Cool. I'm gonna just roll past this then, I guess.
It's actually
Rear Window.
the successor to Third Encounters.
Oh, I've seen Rear Window though. So hey.
That's older than E.T.
Well, look, I'm not perfect, all right? There were a lot of movies that came out
Yeah,
before.
it is. What's his name? Scotty was talking about this one.
Hitchcock, right?
Yeah, Hitchcock.
yeah,
I couldn't
Yeah,
think of his name.
Hitchcock game. I don't know if it's any good.
You know, like
Aldi said
loved-
E.T. is good.
All these said
I
Rear
love-
Window was good.
I
Yeah.
love the Prospero Hall Gargoyles game.
Oh, really? Oh, I love gargoyles.
Yeah, I thought the game was a blast. It's really light and it's not like I wouldn't call it crazy deep or anything, but like for a fun, like we're having some beers with the friends playing.
You know what?
Yeah, cool.
I was really disappointed in the Prospero Hall. Was it Prospero Hall? I don't know. No, it wasn't Prospero Hall, but the Ravensburger Alien game, the Alien co-op. That was pretty disappointing.
Yeah,
it was way too simple.
I don't know anything about that, but Gargoyles was fun. You have cool 3D buildings. You get to glide off of them and do shit. Like I was down.
Sickness.
Let's see. Funwiz has Sports Dice Soccer. There are no pictures of it, so I'm moving on. And Galacta has The Shadow Planet, the board game.
Ooh.
The sci-fi board game of paranoia, horror and strategy.
I like that cover.
Seen it.
I like.
played the Alien
Give me
games.
a thought on that cover, Matthew. I like that cover.
It's okay.
I like the big orange planet up on top. And then
The logo
blue thing
should
below.
stand out more though.
Yeah, the logo gets kind of lost. But I mean, like if you didn't have that logo on there and you just had all that stuff, that would look cool.
It should be solid white text instead of
Oh, it's got gross little standees in it though. Oh, but
I-
there's
It's
some
like the
neat-
deluxe came with those, but I don't like those. Those whole thing is like we're gonna give you a bust of the character. I'm like, see, this looks like Frank Quitely art. If you know who that comic book artist is, you know who Frank Quitely is?
Oh my god, I know who that is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like Frank Quitely art. Anyway,
I'm kind of intrigued by the Shadow Planet. Like it hits a lot of the buttons I like. Like I'm a little over paranoia in my sci-fi RPG games. Like I get it. Everybody backstabs in space. I'm on board. I understand the future is bleak. Like, but man, oh, that I love that. I like that art. I'm just into it.
yeah, I dug that art too. It looked like a comic book art basically.
All right,
Still
Gale
pumping
Force
out
9.
Firefly, huh?
Gale Force 9 had some kind of Dune game.
Yeah.
But it's
And
just
then
so weird because like everybody's got a Dune game. I mean,
Well,
really,
yeah,
there's
the
only,
ones
there's
they-
only one Dune board game. I mean, admittedly, the
Once
Dune Imperium
once the
failed.
licensing floodgates open, though, here we
Yeah.
go.
Oh yeah, it's time to freaking horror that thing out until it's
Firefly. Look at that.
Firefly misbehaving, some Star Trek Ascendancy stuff, and
Man, so
Starfighter Pirates of
do-
Skydock.
now hold up. Go back to the Star Trek Ascendancy stuff. So
Yeah,
I do ordering for a local game store in town.
Uh-huh.
And like, holy fucking shit, we sell a lot of Star Trek Ascendancy
really.
online.
I
Like-
enjoyed the game, but I didn't
Like
realize it was
triple
that popular
digits a
still.
month.
Wow.
What is it?
It just moves. Like people buy it. It doesn't matter what it
Yep.
is.
Well, what kind of game is it?
It's like
It's a 3-player area control-ish game.
I know,
Negotiation. Yeah. It's a minimum of 3
it's
players.
only more
though.
than 3
Yeah.
if you buy the expansions, but people buy them. They sell so much.
Is it like X-Wing?
No.
No.
No, it's more of a Space 4X type thing.
Yeah.
They have an X-Wing version of though.
Yes, they do.
But it sells so much, and like those expansions are coming, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna order like 100 of each, and
Oh my
we'll sell them
goodness.
in a couple weeks.
I did not realize it was still so popular.
In North Dakota.
It's well, we sell online,
Oh, okay.
but it's still bonkers. Like it moves more than like we sell more of that than like Games Workshop or Marvel or
Little Big Wars sells online.
Yeah, that's like 80% of our sales.
I didn't know that. I did not know he had an online thing.
Significant one. Yeah.
Neat.
Next up, Game Brewer has Hippocrates, which looks like a big ass Euro game.
Yes, it does.
Well, that looks like a hot mess in that.
Well,
picture.
that looks like a game I don't want to play. Holy shit.
Oh, I mean, it's like, oh, what the hell is that? Oh, geez. That just made my eyes glaze over and I fell asleep. But it comes.
I
with a
like
gas.
historicals, and that just made me tune out.
Yeah. We've got Rule Benders, a
Like-
theme traveling adventure with pirates, zombies, dinosaurs, wizards, and more.
Sounds like they couldn't make
Okay.
up their
We couldn't make up our mind which cash grab to use, so we used them all. Gotcha.
Stroganoff.
Stroganoff. That is covered in a mushroom sauce with a little bit of beef under it.
Yes.
There you go.
yes.
Sounds good.
A bunch of tiny epic bullshit. Games Workshop's got some Blitz Bowl and Warhammer shit.
Moving on.
Game
It'll
Right's
sell.
got
Don't matter.
Chunky Donkey. Try not to laugh or force others to laugh.
Monkey.
Score points.
That funky monkey.
That Chunky Donkey.
Donkey. That chunky
And
donkey.
Loose Caboose keep laying down tracks to stay ahead of
That's
the $3
Lance's
caboose.
nickname.
This caboose.
Oh, who told?
Yeah, and Genius Games has had all of these little science games forever out, and so I'm skipping those. But
Okay.
That's
because
okay,
they're all
okay.
already released.
Genotype.
Gigamic or something like that has Acropolis at the heart of the Mediterranean, Rifle City, seek wealth and glory. Okay, exciting.
It's a unique theme.
We're only a G.
Yeah, Critical Foundation Season 1 English Edition. Investigate 2035 over 9 30-minute episodes in this guided role-playing adventure.
Let's just move on.
Movie Mind, a quiz game about cinema. Grail Games has Fjords. Explore and claim the beautiful fjords of Norway in this refreshed modern classic.
Yeah, that was a huge Grail game for the longest time, and then they got a reprint, obviously.
Grand Gamers Guild has Aldabas, Doors of Cartagena. And then we've got an expansion for Endangered and
That Forgotten Depths. I took a long, hard look at that and ultimately chose not to pick it up just because I didn't know when I'd play it. But that has some cool stuff going on as far as
They
like
like
tile
dungeon
laying
crawling game with
and like telling the stories of like and like I worry about replay level because there's a lot of stuff where it's like it'll be cool when you're like, oh hey, it's like the first time I found like this weird thing, and then the next card kind of tells a story and the art kind of works together with the next card, the next it's but like, oh, once you've done it once, it's kind of like, yeah, well,
what
so I know what's
what
gonna
I
happen
see
then.
for this is I think this is the kind of game that when Aldi was doing his little Saturday solo streams would be the kind of game he would play on that.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
could-
it looks
Yeah,
like to
maybe.
me. But it looks like it's 60 bills for it didn't look like it was 60 bills worth to me.
Oh, it's a huge box. The box
Okay.
is
Okay, that's
stupidly big.
Stupid. Better than
Yeah.
good.
Greater Than Games has the Cube Area 51. You're trying to rebuild an alien ship. Legends of Sleepy Hollow from Matt and Ben apparently is finally being released. And Sentinels of the Multiverse Definitive Edition. If you like doing
I'd
a
like
lot
to
of
say that
math.
Greater Than Games has a A1 awesome fulfillment warehouse as well. So if you are a person that publishes and you're looking for a fulfillment person, they are fantastic.
All right, we'll just skip this next company.
No, you
Yeah,
won't.
this next heck of a
All
company.
right. Lance, you take over for these two. while I
Just
get a
after the
drink.
Empire, we found some copies in our
That
warehouse.
shit
Shut up. We found some copies in our warehouse, so we got some deluxe copies. We'll be bringing.
You can dish it out, but you can't take it.
Nah,
because I know it's
you
amazing.
don't know Lance.
Hold up. I backed that after the Empire game on Kickstarter. Wait, is that your company?
Yeah,
Well, Jesus Christ, I haven't played it yet. Is it good?
yeah, it's very good.
Oh,
It's
okay.
freaking amazing. So yeah, just I'll play
Evan
it.
might be on later. He's the
I'll
designer.
I'll teach it. I can teach it to you. But yeah, after the Empire, it's great. It's amazing.
Why do these figures look like something I'd get off of the little pegboard at the dollar store?
Because they're tiny.
That's where they came from.
I
The
mean,
seed
like,
factory.
they're like this big, you know. But, yeah, that's the best card in the game. You just missed the best card in the game. Go back to the Demon Barber. Like the picture. Yeah, the Demon Barber. If you get wounded, if you want to because you gotta have food to feed your soldiers. But like if you have a wounded soldier, like you can feed him to the Demon Barber, or you can feed a mercenary that wasn't, and you can turn him into food.
Oh, so you chop somebody up and eat them. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sold. This sounds great.
Cannibalism. I love it.
Okay, talk about this next game.
Arcana Rising, card drafting, engine building. It's a very, very good engine building. If you like engine building games, if you like card drafting, you have 6 different types of magic. You build up the different levels of magic, and then depending upon the phase of the moon, you will have certain levels or certain types of magic, like potions or blood magic or illusions will go off depending on at the end of the round. And so you have to build up and then you can chain your engine together. It's a bad explanation. You can play it on Tabletop Simulator if you want to test it out. The rules are on there as well. Same thing for After the Empire, by the way. But yeah, if you're at Gen Con, we'll have deluxe. We'll have the deluxe Kickstarter versions of those with all the bells and whistles and stuff.
Okay.
What he said.
It-
Well, it's like that.
I'm being sarcastic because Lance is a friend, but After the Empire, everything I have touched about it is like premium quality content. Like, I'm stoked. So if you're a Gen Con, you can get it, snag that stuff because it's a great looking game.
I miss Hangouts, so I
The
can.
designer will be
shills
there
and
working
talk.
in his booth
Yeah, the designer will
with a
be there
chain
working
to
at
his
the booth.
leg on the table.
Yeah, he'll Don't listen to any of his cries for mercy or to be to call
Don't feed the wildlife either.
don't feed him, but I will hold him down and make him sign your game if you buy it. So there you go.
What
All
company are we skipping by yours, Keith?
Huh?
What company are we skipping by yours?
We're skipping companies that have 2020 games and 1988 games.
LD Bar.
And we're jumping down to Handlebar with Hungry Monkey and Sweet and Spicy.
Ooh.
That hungry monkey.
Helvetique,
That
which
hungry
is
monkey.
in the Asmodee location. Art Robbery by Reiner Knizia. Poach as much art as possible from your fellow thieves. So Aldi will get this and play
He's
it
real
because it's
busy
Reiner.
retheming games this year.
We've got K3, which looks like an abstract cube game to me. We've got Save Patient Zero, 1 to 7 players. Try to find it out. It's COVID, the game. Next up is Hexy Studio, Star Scrappers Cave In. That's 2018. We're skipping it. 2021. Hit 'em with a Shoe by Dirt Dog. Dogs chasing animals through underground burrows. And then The Red Burnous, Algeria, 1857. Next up, Horrible Guild has Evergreen because you need another plant-based game, Lance.
Yes, you do. More plants.
Evergreens.
Yellow has
Specializing.
Get On Board, which is a remake of Let's Make a Bus Route,
Okay.
which is a nice little flip and write game. And then a big box of King of Tokyo. And if you don't know what King of Tokyo is, you don't care. And moving on, Indie Boards and Cards is continuing to crank on the Aeon Ends.
I'll say
knob.
this: King of Tokyo existing. It like you'll tell somebody that like we have a game called Run Fight or Die, which is zombies with the Yahtzee mechanic, and they're like, "So what's this game?" It's like a zombies, like with the Yahtzee mechanic. They're like Yahtzee, King of Tokyo mechanic. Oh, okay. They're just like, for some reason it doesn't click with them when you say the when you say Yahtzee.
Yeah. The only thing, there's nothing new other in Indie Boards and Cards. There's Sherlock Files Volume 6. So I guess if you like Sherlock Files, there's some more cases. Inside Up Games has Block and Key. Cleverly placed 3 in a box in a shared space to unlock the key to victory points.
Hooray!
Oh, see, now that's kind of cool. I kind of like that.
Do you?
What I don't like about that is how do I see the thing on the bottom?
I don't know, but it 3D Tetris pieces intrigues the shit out of me.
I spent more money on worse stuff. So
At least it looks different and somewhat unique. So I'm gonna give it that. Japanime Games has a bunch of old shit. But then there's Kamigami Battles,
So-
Rise of the Old Ones.
Japanime Games has all these games that don't look fun at all, right? Yet you go by their booth at Gen Con and it is packed with people, no matter when.
It's like,
They got a following.
yeah.
I mean, none of these, and I've purchased a few of them because they were animes that like my kids liked, and the rules are indecipherable, like just impossible to understand. I've tried to don't you worry, honey, Daddy will read the rules. I do this for a bit. I'm just like reading stereo instructions, trying to understand how to play this game. I don't know. It just drives me crazy.
Okay, we're jumping down to Keymaster Games with Caper Europe. Play your cards right, and you'll be the greatest mastermind to roam Europe.
Nothing new from them, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, expansion's fine, but nothing like
Yeah,
brand
there's
new.
an expansion to parks and this thing.
Yeah, which are
Now you're taking their flowers outside in bulk.
Then we got Kids Table BG with Power Plants. So grow a magical garden full of unique and powerful plants.
I've never
I
played any
believe
of
you're
their
right.
games.
I think Gen Con 2022 is the year of the plant.
You're the play.
Oh,
The walk
just-
is gonna be nothing but flowers.
Knapsack Games has Masters of Mutanite. Combines superpowers with environmental objects and an explosive tactical deck builder. 60 copies available. So there's what you can run in the scrum to get.
No.
That looks exciting.
I
Look, Bionica.
try.
She's gonna fist you.
I try so hard not to be negative about this stuff, and it's just
No, you
like,
don't. Ash. Don't lie to yourself. You know, try
Ominous
that.
Catalyst with a K because she's edgy. Crush.
I miss
Crackjack.
Aldi. He would've told me
Crackjack is a horrible name, man.
Aldi would keep me in line. He would be like,
Yeah.
stop. being
Aldi
like
would
this.
make us behave.
God damn, Aldi get
Where
COVID.
is he?
He's got COVID. He's
got the
isolating
vid.
from a show and all that.
Yeah, but he's at home.
Colossal Games has
Alan
reloaded.
Brown, don't look fun. Nothing looks fun to Lance. All I got to say to Alan Brown is this: eggs. Moving on.
Reload is a battle royale board game that I backed on Kickstarter because Aldi said that looks kind of neat. Me and Aldi were playing battle royale games at the time, and I haven't even looked at the contents of my box since I got it.
Well, that was good. That was money well spent. Then. Good for
Yeah, it
you.
is. Like much of my collection of shit.
Is it-
Cosmos has adventure game stuff. Carta Ventura Lhasa. Different things. Reprint of Catch the Moon, which is a fun dexterity game.
So I might pick up these bigger exit games. These ones
And
with
a bunch
the-
of exit games. Yeah.
I've never
Yeah,
played them.
exit games are they're good, man. I mean, admittedly, it's because I think one of the things I really like about them, and we've talked about these before. One of the things I really like about the exit games is that since you play it and you know how the answer is, but it's like it's the perfect game. You play it and you give it to somebody else, right?
Okay.
But you can't give the exit ones away a lot of times
Well,
because
sometimes you
they have you tear up stuff and do other things. I don't care for the exit series as much as the unlocks, and the unlocks you can definitely give away.
Okay.
They have the app, but the advantage of the exit is you don't have to deal with the app.
Well,
but-
that one year at BGG Con, what did we play? Like 5 of the unlocks? Because
dude, I played every one of them that was available that one year.
yeah.
And then I've bought them all and just burnt through them. I played all the unlocks that are out so far. But the exits, I've had trouble seeing details on the cards and stuff
Oh,
like that.
okay, yeah. I mean, I don't
And-
know. I dig those though. I dig those.
But I do like the escape room in a box concept. I've had a lot of fun with a lot of those. And that's it for new stuff there. Looney Labs is a bunch of flux shit. Low Tech
on
Games has some low tech games. Name the Thing, a hilarious and dynamic party card game for 3+ players who must name all the things. And then there's Name the Thing After Dark, which is the same thing with dirty words.
Oh wow! Somebody can say
Ooh.
penis. Great.
Yeah,
Right.
and there's a sports ball because saying sports ball is the most clever thing in the world in nerd culture.
Yeah. Ooh,
Pretending you
I know
don't know what
sports
the
ball.
different
Well,
sports are. I okay, this is my one rant. Every time I hear somebody say sports ball, I want to smack them in the face.
Sports ball.
Sports ball.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
just so when I hear somebody say sports ball, it is the most condescending tone coming out of their mouth when they say it. And just fuck you.
Speaking of the
Have a
devil,
good
Alan,
night, folks. I'm out of here.
see you, Matthew.
man,
Do that.
but can you at
Was
least
it-
tell me some of the other games that you did the art for, so I can say that it sucks?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna take a page from Peter Shire's
Oh!
Oh,
There you go.
Alan,
Lucky Duck Game says
Matthew,
it's a
I hope
wonderful
if
kingdom.
Matthew's still at Matthew, thanks again, man, for hooking me up at the hotel room at Gen Con.
Alan, this is Evan, the guy who made that piece of shit we were just talking about after the Empire.
Yeah.
Oh!
Evan Halbert. This is
Halbert.
this is Alan Barr. He's an RPG publisher that lives in Fargo, like Fargo, North Dakota, my hometown.
Oh, nice. Hello.
Boom. Pleasure. Evan, I feel like we met at SaltCon one time.
That's probably true. I was there 1 year. It was like 2017 or 2018. Yeah.
Pretty sure I played the prototype of After the Empire, which
Did
is
you?
why
Okay, great. Yes. Yep, we were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody cares.
That was back before we got picked up by that shit company. What was their name?
Gray
Uh,
something.
Gray something.
Gray squirrel. Gray.
Oh, Scott Alden in the chat mentioning Emerald Flame and Light in the Mist. My wife and I have been digging both of those games. We're really loving them. So,
Really?
oh yeah, they've been a blast.
Yeah, Scott's a little dangerous.
Okay, well that's fine.
Yeah. He'll suck you into this hobby.
Is Scott? not,
Yes, because I've been out of it so far, which is why I'm on the stream.
Is this the first stream? I feel sorry for you.
Is Scott just moonlighting in the comments for now?
He's
sick.
got the COVID.
He got the
does
vid.
Oh,
Yeah.
bummer. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, isn't that nice of you? The guy that's got the thing that can kill him. Oh, what a bummer.
What? What did I do?
He's good.
No, it is a bummer.
Next up is Mighty Boards with Vengeance Roll and Fight. Why roll and write when you can roll and fight?
Oh,
Oh, I like how
Asking
you, I
the
like how you
important
did that,
questions
Keith.
there.
That was,
I don't think
No,
you
that's
said
what it says right
fight
there.
loud
Their
enough.
thing.
Wouldn't
I
that
did-
just be any your thematic game? Roll dice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a
but you
roll
still
and
got to
write
wait.
where
I don't
you've got
understand their
combat-y
concept there
dice.
with the marketing.
I mean, look at the fancy dice. Look at all those dice. That's $40 for markers and a bunch of dice.
yeah.
It's pretty
Oh,
fancy.
yeah.
Dice are
Next up,
spendy.
Mixlore with Ozark English edition. Limited to 500 copies. Oh my God, we
Oh.
must rush because
I'm
we're
not
gonna be
falling
able to
for
get
this.
one.
I'm not falling for this. People always fuck
Squid
up
Game.
IPs.
Squid Game, last man standing wins Squid Game. Limited to
You have to see
500 copies.
I should
Dude,
probably watch
Don't
that.
play that game. You probably
I haven't
won't
seen it
survive.
either.
Let's see. Ozark's about money laundering, and Squid Game's about getting yourself killed.
Awesome. The two things I do in my day-to-day life. So perfect.
Mofidus Entertainment with Spectre, the
Spectre.
board game. Don't let James Bond or the others stop you from becoming #1 at Spectre.
Awesome. I've always wanted
Antoine
to be,
Bauza in there and Ludovic.
a Bowser, yeah.
Bowser.
I've always
Oh,
wanted. What were you saying about Spectre
Alan,
there,
man,
Alan?
LeBlanc. I'm sorry, Lubick.
I've just always wanted to play a terrorist. So
Yeah. Ugh.
real
What is
The
excited.
board looks
A
boring.
hit and roll.
Why
or-
aren't there any good spy RPGs, Alan?
So Gallanite Games publishes Cold Shadows and Tiny Spies, both of which are fantastic, and you
What
would
about
be
Top
well
Secret?
served by spending your money on them, and it would also let me eat. So things.
Do you have any? Have you seen Troubleshooters, the RPG?
I own it. I quite like it. It's an excellent representation of the Franco-Belgian style of comics from the 70s and 60s.
Yeah, and I really like the process. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of D% systems. I don't like. I mean, it seems like it's just more convoluted than it needs to be. But I do like the fact that, like, basically you roll doubles, and if you succeed in the doubles, it's like something really great happens, and if you roll doubles and fail, something really bad happens. And then also there's those abilities that you can have that can reverse the 10s and the 1 die and things like that. I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. No, but there's a lot of great spy RPGs. You know, Tiny Spies, Cold Shadows, Troubleshooters, Spycraft is a classic that recently hit some print on demand. You've got Top Secret, which just got a new edition. All kinds of awesome stuff.
I used to play Top Secret.
I used to play Top Secret as well. And then there
Back in the
and
day.
you know what didn't
was it,
suck?
Web?
What didn't
Is that
suck?
right?
The old James Bond RPG was actually pretty good.
You know who has a complete new inbox collection of that game?
Probably you big jerk.
Because I love spy RPGs. They are like my thing. I am all in on every spy RPG ever made.
What are we looking at, Keith?
We look at
version of
cars
Thunder
from
Alley?
Thunder Rolls from Richard.
Oh my God. I
Who?
can't wait to get this game.
Oh, Lonius.
Yeah.
I love any sort of game about racing cars around a track in an oval.
You know who is undefeated in Thunder Alley?
Against 12-year-olds.
Undefeated.
Actually, I don't think she was even 12 yet. Well, she lands.
Undefeated.
Might be a 10-year-old.
Undefeated.
We've been playing so much Downforce at my house over the last
Oh
few weeks.
yeah, I
like-
played that several games of that.
Any
That
car
was
game,
interesting.
period. Love it.
Undefeated.
Well,
And then
somewhere
that
in here we've
strikes.
got that. There's the BGG car,
Yeah, I saw that.
Ooh,
I like it.
that shit. So
and I have something
Scott
in
had to
this
pay
game
$5
somewhere
for
too
that
myself.
advertising.
I don't know what it's going to be a surprise to me what my car looks like because they didn't show me my stuff. But I
you got a
backed it
car
at
in
the-
this?
I don't remember if I got a car or sponsorship. I may have a race named after me. I can't
Okay,
remember
That's awesome.
cool.
what I got, but I backed it at a level where I got some kind of
Undefeated.
shit from it.
I don't remember
But
hearing anything
Thunder
about
Rolls
this.
coming soon
Cool.
from Mr. B Games and Richard Lanis.
Oh, I can't wait.
Nauvoo Games with Pinpoint, the 3-in-1 party game for clever clue givers and guessers. Next Move Game has some more Azul stuff because
We
they're
need
going to
another one.
make Azul games until everyone is dead.
You know what though? We love them at my house. They're great for casual gamers or new gamers. Like
I do
they're-
like them, but I'm like, okay, you know what? The first like 4 I've got, that's good. I'm done. I don't need more.
I get that, but like, man, if I want to get somebody into playing more board games or deeper board games, like Azul is the gateway drug.
Yeah,
Is it?
Azul is a good
Okay.
game, but I've got enough Azul. I can just play the first 3, and I never need another one. That's my issue. Is
Yeah, I only
just,
played
I
the
don't
one
need more.
I think the
North Star
Stimulation
Games
one.
has another freaking plant game, Lance.
No, it doesn't.
Paint the roses.
Read the
More plant
description. It's
games.
Alice in Wonderland.
Whatever.
We
It's
need
roses. It's
more
a plant
plant
game.
games.
It's a plant game. There's a deluxe version available for $85.
I'm just surprised it's not Evolution.
Hey, this is plants, Barry.
All right, I'll give it to you.
With fancy miniatures in the
Fancy minis.
deluxe version, but it's still plants. See? Flowers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
2022, the year of the flower.
right.
Nuts,
Nuts.
Publishing. Those are 2020 games. We're skipping them.
Fuck
Oink
'em.
Games, an
Oh,
expansion
hey,
for
whoa,
deep sea
whoa, whoa.
adventure.
Roll it back one real fast.
What?
This
Those are
War Without
2020.
a- This War Without an Enemy is fantastic, and it's a UK game, so this will be the first time it's in the United States.
Oh, see,
Okay.
look at you saving me from just blowing past.
Is that
all
the whole
garbage.
company or is that just the game?
I can't speak to the whole company, but that particular game, like, it's about the
Oh.
English Civil War, and it's fantastic.
It's a 2-player only game. I'm out.
You're out.
I'm out.
Oh,
2-player
it's a
only.
block game.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's real
Looked
good.
Interesting.
It's coming to the US for like the first-ish time. It's always a little sketchy with like some people can get it or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Nuts.
it's really good. Like if you are into 2-player historicals, this War of mine is fantastic.
Oh,
Okay.
back to the oinks. We've got
Oinks.
the Diamond Swamp. We've got Order Overload Cafe. We've got the Scouts, an older one. Town 66. I don't know anything about these, but oink games are always worth taking a look at.
Yeah, they are.
Let's see. The OP, the OP. The OP has Disney Sorcerer's Arena, Epic Alliances core set.
Ooh.
Disney and Pixar 303 Battle Royale skirmish game. 2 tunes enter, 1 tune leaves.
You maroon.
See, that's what we need is a Roger Rabbit board game. Where's
Exactly.
that
Yeah.
at? Let's see. Mountains Out of Molehills. A friend of mine played this game at Gateway and said he enjoyed it and liked this thing. And I don't know anything else about it, but oh yeah, it's the one that has another big 3D game board thing
Okay.
where you move things around and grow stuff up. So he thought it was unique.
Okay.
Smash Up Disney Edition. Smash Up, the game with the really good idea, but outstays its welcome every time you play it. Venn, the Venn diagram board game. Place absurdist cards in a Venn diagram to give clues to your teammates. It's a party game. Anytime you see players is 2 to 99, you know it's a party game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Osprey
But you can
games.
play with 99 people. Sorry.
So these games, Osprey Games is bringing us Crescent Moon, 4 to 5 players, 150, 180 minutes, and it's 65 quid. Because apparently they only take the British pound at freaking Gen Con for this game.
Wow.
Right.
That's really
Um,
specific.
When I
4
played
to
when I
5
played
players.
City when I played City of Heroes, I played a tank character and I put the Union Jack on him and I called him the British Pound. I thought it was clever.
Yeah, see, if I see a game that's exactly like 4 to 5 players, that makes it too limiting an amount.
Yeah,
And it's a negotiation game, so I guess that makes sense.
2 to 2 players.
2. You can play with
Sequel to
people
Cryptid
or
for Lance. It
2.
looks like it has Mothman in this one, Lance.
Ooh.
I'm all about the Mothman. Yeah, that. Oh
Cryptid-
yeah.
There you
It's
go.
awesome,
There
by
you
the
go.
way.
Mothman.
Is it? I haven't
I-
played it.
I
Check
really
it out. Check it out, Evan. See the Mothman, baby.
I see it. It looks
There's
awesome.
your Mothman game. Another Undaunted game. This one's Stalingrad.
Has
Um,
anybody played any of those Undaunteds?
I have not. I heard good things.
I've
Though.
not played them, but I've watched. I
Well, what do
actually
you
watched
think,
a
Alan?
video on it, and it
Yeah, I
looked
did
pretty
too.
solid.
Steve. What do you think, Alan?
they're really fun. They really hit that. Like, I love war games and I love historical war games, and they really kind of straddle the line of I can get this done in under an hour
Okay.
while still getting that experience, and I really dig them. But I will disclaimer: several of my RPGs are published by Osprey Role Playing. So,
brown nose.
Aldi says Undaunted are great.
but also if you're a Gen Con and you buy Heirs to Heresy, I'll sign it for you. So buy my game.
There you go.
Which one is this? World War 1 or 2?
2.
2.
These are World War II. Yeah, I really like the
my
Undaunted
game.
series. I've had a great time with them.
Maybe I'll look in it. That could be a little.
Village Rails is the game of locomotives and local motives.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
I'm out.
Ooh.
Barry don't
Well,
like
There's
trains.
turbulence in the Nar Hills.
Pandasaurus Games has an expansion for the loop. They have
Does Barry
Nacho
refer to himself
Pile.
in the third person a lot?
All the time, especially when he's
Okay.
stoned.
Nacho Pile.
Oh my
Which is
God,
like-
I'm sold.
Love
Nachos.
Nachos. Does it actually come in a bag or is it come in a box?
Doesn't matter. Don't care. Nachos.
Okay.
It looks like it's coming in a bag. I can see the tear strip on the
Oh
top.
my gosh.
Yeah, look at
Looks
that.
like a pile.
Okay.
It's knockoff Doritos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With-
Push your luck flavor.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's-
It's so
it's-
clever.
It's nacho regular game.
Yeah.
Here's the bad here. I'm going to pick on their marketing a little bit though. So when you open this game, it tears the joke off of your packaging,
Yeah.
and you won't have it anymore.
Slight overthought. Oversight. But you know, board gamers don't throw anything. They'll just throw that in the bag.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta try something different. Huh?
Yeah.
Skate Summer from Panzasaurus. Become the pro skater of Pelican Park and collect. It's Tony Hawk the board game
Yeah.
because you're collecting skater upgrades.
That sounds cool.
I'm good with that. Like that
Sounds
works for
cool.
me as a 90s kid. So I'm here.
Skateboarding is not a crime.
Skate or die.
I
Remember
tell
that
you,
bump- I had that bumper
I don't know
sticker on
anything
my
about
car.
it, but it might be worth a look.
That looks delightful to me, actually. Like I'm kind of on board.
I haven't played a Pandasaurus game in a while, but they've always done some good
And
stuff.
if
Yeah.
skateboarding doesn't work for you, you've got snowboarding instead
go.
with
Ooh.
Skull Canyon Ski Fest. Prove you're the ultimate skier. If I open this up and it's the same fucking game with different art, I'm gonna be pissed. It is not. Okay. It is a different game.
You were so excited to be
But-
angry.
It's got a Yeti in it though.
Not Bigfoot, Lance. Don't care. We're moving on.
A Yeti
Ah.
is just a more northern version of the Bigfoot.
It's just a
so-
cold Bigfoot. Wild Style English edition. No designer listed. Get your crew together and bring some color to the city. Nothing
Oh,
like
it's,
the board game of
tagging.
vandalism.
Yeah.
Yep, there's no pictures.
Okay. Okay.
So screw that.
Yeah.
Pegasus Spiele has a battle through history. Time travelers gather an army made up of troops from different ages.
Okay.
Deck, bag, and pool building.
Okay.
Dice
I
rolling
thought
card
you
game
said
fantasy.
Dick bag. I was like,
Deck,
whoa.
Bag
Whoa.
and pool building.
Build
The only
your own
dick
crew.
bag here is we're talking.
All right, hang on.
That
It's
looks
like
pretty
a
cool.
table hog. Man.
This looks kind of neat. I'm not
yeah,
gonna.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's something that actually
We'll never get to the
intrigues
table.
me a little bit.
Skate or
Yeah.
Die was a fantastic computer game. By the way.
It does look cool though.
Or die.
At least this one has me interested.
Yeah,
Which-
it looks neat.
That's
I'm
kind of
always
Alright.
curious how people
that's
are
the
gonna
first
do
one
time travel.
tonight.
Have you ever
My
played a time
dudes.
travel game that works?
I gotta bounce because I have a job and I got Gen Con
Oh,
prep
yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah.
So
Well, I got a job too, and I'm gonna be tired tomorrow.
But we're on
That's
the
cool.
P's. We've only got half the alphabet to go through.
Yeah,
Well,
but I've
we've
been on-
we've got a third of the list to go, and
I've been on for almost 3 hours, so I gotta go.
Oh, let a lightweight. We go like till 2-3 in the morning sometimes.
Well, you know what? Then invite me back next time and I'll go longer. There we go. Boom.
there you go. Hey,
I mean, that's what she said.
That's what she.
just
yeah,
what's your
beat
booth,
me to it.
what's your booth number for the tens of listeners?
We're in the Studio 2 aisle. We're 1929-ish.
Ish.
So look for the Gallant Night Games. Well, so Studio 2 rents a whole aisle and we like
What's the name of the
sublease
game?
Okay.
because we're an RPG company. So like there's a bunch of us who share the same booth number because we're the whole aisle.
Yeah.
So
What's the name of
1929, you
your
can look for the
company?
Gallant Night Games booth. We'll have our new RPG, Things That Go Squeak in the Night. Come hang out, say hi to me. I'll give you a high five.
I will.
Word.
Cool, Alan. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. All right, folks. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank-
All right, jump out. Bubble Trouble is a children's cooperative game. It looks like. Carnegie
Another
is,
one? Oh no, Carnegie Hall.
is a Carnegie game where
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
being Carnegie. It's a Euro game.
You gotta
Uh,
rob those barons.
The Dwarves Big Box. Which
Dwarves
is
is a
game-
pretty good game from what I remember.
See
I
today.
don't remember which.
It's been a long time since I played it.
See today.
Fire
Fire.
and Stone. Well, could that look like a more just generic, here's a map of shit game?
I'm a man.
It is.
Yeah, it doesn't tell me anything from looking at the pictures. First Rat.
Okay.
I don't know what First Rat is, but
All right.
First rat on the moon.
First round.
and a bunch of rats. I don't know what
Yeah.
we're doing. We'll look at the actual description of this one. First Rat is rats collecting items for building a rocket to the cheese moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, why not?
A framework from Uwe Rosenberg.
Uber.
Uwe, what's Uwe making this time? Tile laying things.
Raumwerk.
There's probably something good there. Who knows?
Hmm.
It's something I would try to play just because of the designer,
Yeah.
but I don't know if I love it or not. Fife English edition. Lay your tiles on the South Seas Dream cleverly to collect victory points. Happy Hopping, another children's game where you play all at once. Raccoon Robbers. Win the race to the golden garbage can and help the raccoons in search of food. Sky Mines, Alexander Pfister. He's a pretty good designer. So
He hasn't had a hit in a while though.
Yeah, well, when
I
you-
remember, if I
when
I
you're
could be
nominated
wrong.
for the major awards on every game you make for your first
Yeah,
few,
right.
you kind
Yeah.
of freaking there's nowhere
There's
to go
only
but
down
down.
to go.
I don't know anything about. Oh, I know what this is. Sorry. Sky Mines, I believe, is like a remake of Mombasa without the colonialism aspects
Oh,
or
okay.
of some sort, I think.
Oh.
Yep, Aldi confirmed it. I was correct. I did
Okay.
have that right. So yeah, it's a remake of Mombasa with a different theme that's more palatable to people.
Bus was a decent.
Mombasa is a fantastic game though.
Yeah, I mean, but I played it too many times, so now I'm like, eh.
Right, I understand
Well,
that.
la dee da.
Spaceship Unity. A TV series captured in a game. I don't know, but this box does nothing for me. I'd never take a second look at it. I just keep walking. And then we got another kids game in here.
The thing.
Knizia.
Norwegian outpost. What is it? An
Uh,
expansion?
So yeah,
Another
this
The
would be
Thing,
like
the board
this will be
game?
one thing that I may go pick up because I own all the games that are the thing. So
This is the official board game based on the cult movie of 1982
Yeah.
Yeah.
and an expansion for it.
Ooh.
Long Shot the Dice game. So horse racing dice game.
Bullshit.
Phalanx has 1941 Race to Moscow. Command one of 3 German army troops racing toward. Who wants to play the bad guy?
Everybody.
Okay. And then Successors,
Somebody's gotta-
fourth edition. Phase Shift Games, expansion for Dungeon Drop. Tavern Tales, Legends of Dungeon Drop. Plat Hat Games has some other new Ashes stuff. They
Still hanging
have
in there.
Familiar Tales, which is another Jerry's
Yeah.
Tales type games.
Nice to miss it,
So,
yeah.
you know, very cute, very stuff. I like Jerry's stuff, but I don't like buy it all anymore. But Jerry's a good dude.
Yeah.
But they're usually co-ops, and I freaking burn out on co-ops.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Plan B Games has Equinox Gollum Edition.
Oh, I see. I was like,
Ooh.
didn't they already come out with Equinox? Yeah.
Portal Games has Brazil and Gutenberg bringing over from last year's releases. 4X Euro game and printing games. Pretzel Games is releasing Yak. This game's actually already released. I actually bought this game because table presence. I haven't played it yet, read the rules. It's
Oh,
very
that's awesome.
simple. But
Okay, cool.
it is, you got the little yaks that move around the board and you can trade for blocks
That's awesome.
with the different foods, and you're trying to build your little tower, and you score based on different colored areas as well as size of the colored areas.
It's like Imhotep, the yak game.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
The twist in the thing, that yak took a nosedive.
Yeah.
So you have to pay resources to be able to buy your blocks, and it's like 1 resource for 1 block, 3 for 2, 5 for 3, or whatever. But like this wagon, you can't pay bread, which means you can only pay milk and meat. And then another one, you can't pay meat. And the other one, you can't pay bread or milk. And then there's one that has another different rule in the last wagon. And so what you can trade and what you're able to get from them is all manipulated based on the wagon in front of you is the only one you can interact with on your turn. That's kind of the hook.
Did you see
Anyway.
the comment at the bottom? He had a yakcident.
Oh,
Ah,
Yep, yep.
Queen Games has Old London Bridge, worker placement,
Ooh.
different worker types, and territory building. So yeah, I get confused with every Queen game because all the boxes look identical.
Yeah, it is kind of their brand.
But they do have a lot of games that I like.
It's
very
been
few that I
way
love.
too long since our last plant game. Where's our
Yeah, where's the play?
Aldi said that Old London Bridge is good.
Is it?
I heard that actually.
R&R Games has Bug Off, gather bugs, get points. Dom Pierre, plant, harvest, produce, and sell. Distribute the best champagne all over the world. I heard plant harvest, which means
As
it's a plant
opposed to
game.
Dom Perignon.
Nah,
I
it's
get it.
another
I get
vineyard
it.
game.
That looks like a viticulture ripoff. The art looks so viticulture.
Yeah, I can see the similarities. Is it the same artist?
I don't know, but it very figure it out. Ferrets have gathered, but a weasel is lurking about. Figure out who it is.
Uh-oh.
Randolph has oh really? Prove to your friends you know them best. Party game. Rather Dashing Games has Coyote Peterson's Wild Adventure. Build your own wild adventure, learning about Earth's biomes and its animals. That's the only time anybody's used biome that's not a freaking 15-year-old playing Minecraft. Wildcrat's Endangered Wildlife game. Build habitats for endangered animals in this hot tile laying game. Ravensburger, some more villainous shit.
Yes.
Explorers.
Star Wars villainous shit.
the Great British Baking Show game,
It's a good
and
show.
Star Wars villainous shit. Power of the Dark Side.
Power of the dark side.
Dark Side the power has.
This
Yeah, I
game
don't know
does
anything
not look
about
good.
that. Rebel Studio has Chronicles of Avel. Team up and fight together to save the magical land of Avel.
Here's
An
our flower
expansion for
game.
metal.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Red Raven Games has Nightfall, which is a game I never looked into, so I don't know what Red Raven has done this
Ryan
time. But
Rocket.
Sounds cool.
Red Raven makes a lot of cool shit and then a couple of things I don't like.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
It's their small box games don't do much for me, and the big
Yeah.
box games are usually pretty damn cool. I don't know much about this. Redshift Games has Taco Apocalypse.
I like the name.
Build mutant combo plates in a nuclear world of taco trucks. Wow, that sounds
Okay.
like the dumbest theme I've ever heard.
That makes me want to play it though.
Unicorn Stew for 3 to 6 players. Players serve up meals of mythological portions to a fickle, famished monarch.
Not going with a food team.
Renegade Game Studios, the second edition of Crusaders, that will be done.
Yeah.
One of the things I actually want is I want the expansion for Crusaders.
No, they'll have it there.
Yeah, but I'm not going to Gen Con.
G.I. Joe.
We've got G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu Grip. We
Ah.
have My Father's Work.
I've heard mixed things about that.
Don't say anything bad about it because I haven't played my copy yet and I paid a lot of money for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Ah.
mean, it sounds so intriguing as a game, but then like you like basically the way like it's all app driven and blah 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 blah. So
And yeah, what scared me is I was planning to play it last week. I saw 180 minutes as the stated playtime. I'm like, oh shit, that's gonna be 5 hours.
Yeah.
So I've got to figure that out. We got My Little Pony Adventures in Equestria, the deck building game.
Mhm.
We've got some Power Rangers game stuff and some Transformers deck builder and a Vampire the Masquerade expansion. Repost Production has Stranger Things Attack of the Mind Flayer.
Okay.
Can the humans keep
Cashing
from being
in.
possessed and losing their
Yeah.
sanity?
Yeah.
Limited to 500
Oh, it's a party
copies.
game, 4 to 10 players.
Ugh.
cashing in, baby, cashing in.
I'm thinking social deduction, probably.
So I haven't watched any Stranger Things except for season 1.
Really?
I've
Yep.
seen it all.
So I don't know what the other seasons are like and if they're worth watching or not.
I think so.
It's gotten better. Yeah, I do.
Let's see. Okay. Resident has
Oh.
Phantom Inc. Spirits race to get their medium teammates to guess a secret object. I have to look at this because of the description. I apologize.
Okay.
Oh, what has nothing to do with it, just to confuse the other team. Yeah, that's not what I thought it was going to be, so I don't care about it. A bunch of Dominion shit from Rio Grande Games.
I thought we were never getting any more expansions. What happened?
No, there's a Race for the Galaxy expansion.
Huh.
Space Station Phoenix, I believe, is a big game from them right now. Literally, it takes up like half a table
Does
or a
it?
whole
I
table.
think
I should
Aldi.
say.
I think Aldi said he liked it.
I mean, look at that thing. It's a freaking table.
Aldi
for
likes everything. You can't trust.
Yeah,
anything
so
guy
that is
says.
true. Aldi,
Right.
there's nothing Aldi doesn't like.
That's why I like Aldi.
I don't know anything about this game, but it's got a lot going on. It might be good.
That's not true, Lance. Aldi doesn't like everything.
Oh, Aldi said Phantom Inc. is good, and he put 3 O's in the good. So either he's having a COVID seizure or it's really good. He said
There
he played
is-
it a bunch on the cruise. Well, Aldi, it looked ugly, so I don't know if it's good or not. But your website does not do it justice if it's good. Space Station Phoenix, I don't know anything about it other than Aldi said it's good. Oh, no, that one's got 4 O's or 5 O's in it. So I think he's having a seizure.
Okay.
It's his fevers causing him to have some issues.
Yeah.
And Transamerica's a 2001 game, so
Is it that
we're
old?
skipping
Wow.
that. The Scorpion Mask. And here's the problem for everybody, for the
That's
tens and
it.
tens of people watching. My finger is so far from the board game pulse anymore. Unless Aldi tells me about a game, I don't know shit about it. Turing Machine English edition. Decrypto Studios' next game has you cracking codes
Oh,
using a real analog computer.
Sounds cool.
That sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Shadowborn Games has Oathsworn Into the Deepwood.
another
Fight for humanity's survival against the unnatural horrors and the Deepwood itself.
The deep
Slugfest game has some more Red Dragon Inn shit. Smirk and Dagger has The Spill English edition. Work together to contain a devastating oil spill and save sea life. So it's kind of weird because it's a Smirk and Dagger game that's not about backstabbing each other.
We don't know yet, Keith. They could be drowning animals in order.
It says it's cooperative, but
Oh, okay.
hey, look, Naked HD XYZ is spamming us in chat.
What's smirk and laughter?
Somebody needs to ban
That's
them up
an
there.
imprint of theirs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Boop English edition. Boop cats off the bed before they boop yours. Adorable.
I
and
haven't played it, but it
challenging.
looks pretty cute. There's like a
Boop.
bunch of cats on a quilt.
Ugh.
It's a dexterity game?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
looks it.
It
Looks like?
looks it. No, it's not. It's abstract
Oh,
strategy.
Oh, it's grid
Get-
movement. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Solus
fish,
Game
macadoo.
Studio has Pocket Paragons Aegis English edition, and some more Pocket Paragons and some more Pocket Paragons. Spin Master has The Godfather Last Family Standing. Play cards to form strategic alliance. It's a party game, 3 to 6 players. Less is more. Marvel X-Men United and Marvel Zombies Heroes Resistance. A zombie side game. Stoneblade has Soul Forge Fusion. Wait, I thought
Soulforge
Soul Forge
Fusion.
was dead.
But this is fusion.
So wasn't Soul Forge the one that was like computer game or
Yeah,
whatever?
no, this is the board game kind of update.
But I used to play the one and they canceled it. Made me
Yeah.
angry. Are they bringing back my digital version because I really
I
liked
don't
it?
know.
Oh well. Anyway, Stonemeyer has Viticulture World, a cooperative expansion for viticulture. Strange Machine Games has Ogre Sandwich. Ogre Sandwich is a game about ogre chefs making sandwiches.
I just want everybody's got a dream.
Robotech Reconstruction.
Sounds cool.
Stronghold Games has an expansion for Australia, and then Dolce. Dolce. Well, it looks like Dolce on the cover. That's a bad cover art right there because
Not as
that
bad as
E-
SEAL Team Fucks. I'll say that. much.
Dolce.
Not as bad as SEAL Team Fucks. That is correct.
It means sweet.
Compete with other players to create the most delightful desserts.
Oh, it's just delightful.
Oh, Chad says Soulforge is back in digital form as well. Do
Oh,
I get
nice.
all my cards back if I play that thing then?
No, sucker.
If I said yes, would you log in?
I really like Soulforge.
I heard
Damn
it was
it.
good.
Northgard Uncharted Lands, a streamlined 4X board game based on Norse mythology. There you go, Lance. Norse
Sounds
mythology 4X.
It's not that long of a game.
Your people.
Suspects English edition. Solve murder mystery in worlds inspired by Agatha Christie.
Oh, shit.
Inspire it.
Inspired.
Synapses Games has beta. If you want a slow, boring fish until you throw another one in with it and watch them kill each other. Arrange betas into beautiful patterns at everyone's favorite pet shop. Okay, let's go look at this game here.
It's like clear car, or yeah. You try to make your color into.
Do you get to make them
patterns and
fight to the
points.
death?
No.
I actually saw that happening in a pet store once.
Did you?
I went into a pet store and they had the little beta cells in like regular tanks where they had little squares inside another tank instead of having individual tanks. And one of those bastards got in with another one,
Ooh.
and I got to see the fight. Man, they do
Ooh.
not mess around. They will go till the other one is dead. Draw the Line, a real-time party game played in teams. Thunderworks Games has expansions for cartographers and a shitload of them.
Yeah,
One,
I mean,
two,
that,
three
I
of
mean,
them.
I love that guy. I love that company. And you know, and I've always been kind of impressed with everything that they do. But yeah, they are.
Milking that cow.
He is definitely hammering that. That he will ring that bell until it stops spitting out cash.
You gotta.
Yeah, you do.
Tenpenny
Times are
Parks looks to be another polyomino laying game with
All it takes is
Wonderful
one
rides.
Isle of Cats, and everything's polyomino.
Fucking cats.
well, I don't know. The Isle of Cats, didn't really start it. I think they jumped on the train.
Yeah,
I thought it was a
too.
feast
What
for
was-
Odin.
Well, I guess King Domino.
Yeah, I
and
think
stuff.
Uva started with Feast for Odin and all the 50 games he made after it.
Yeah.
And then everybody followed.
Patchwork. Yeah.
Trick or
Yeah.
treat.
Which
Fine.
Feast for Odin's still fantastic. Trick or Treat Studios, Blood Orders, Vampire Struggle for Control of an Unsuspecting City. Nightmare Productions, Reiner Knizia doing a Golden Age blockbuster game for horror movies, apparently. Oh, it's a 2000. It's a remake of something, probably.
Sons of bitches.
Trollfest from Bruto Fiduti
Yeah.
and World
Fiduti.
Z League English edition. Zombies, Bigness, Weaknesses. What's with companies that just do all their shit? Like, why do you make Trick or Treat Studios and just do horror games? It's like, that's just too niche to me. Anyway,
Moving on.
we're getting almost to the end. I'm
I
powering
know.
through.
It's like we're waiting for the Karnak. I have the last envelope.
Twin City Games has Animals in Espionage, a 2-player game. Ubisoft Montreal has Orlog, Assassin's Creed Valhalla dice game.
Ubisoft is making board games now.
They're
Yeah,
making
they made a
the
couple.
dice game from
Huh.
Valhalla. Unexpected Game has Voices in My Head. It's from Corey Kanitska, or however you pronounce his name properly. Compete in a courtroom to get the jury to feel as you want them to.
Hmm.
3 to 6 players.
Okay.
Upper Deck has a bunch of legendary shit. Van Ryder
Van Ryder.
game looks to have some more. Are these more of the comic book things?
Final ground on that.
They're the single player graphic novel things. Yeah, those are pretty cool. And that's what all of that stuff is. There's a real game called Keepers. 3 to 8 players cleverly associate a single world with stunning photographs to outwit your opponents. I'm gonna look at this. I look to see if there's anything that looks good for my team at work, even though it's a twin line. I can't tell anything about this game from the photos.
Nope.
That is some great advertising right there.
Ah,
All right, and some more graphic novel adventures. Vesuvius Media has Catapult Feud English edition. Ready, aim, and launch. Oh, is this freaking?
It looks like an app.
It's a little crossbows and catapults game,
Okay.
baby.
Is it?
All right.
It is crossbow, ballista,
And
and catapult. It is.
Yeah.
It is
Alright.
crossbows and catapults.
Okay.
You know,
That's cool.
freaking 5 years ago, I would have bought that,
Yeah.
but now my kids are older and I won't.
now you don't like them enough.
Now they just don't. They won't play it. Vigor Games, Monsters and the Things That Destroy Them, The Dead.
Dead.
Weird Giraffe Games has Gift of Tulips. Oh, I thought we were not. I thought we were going to get to end with no more.
Nah, I think I figured there was one more coming.
Okay, then. And Studies in Sorcery. I feel sorry for everybody at the end of our list where we've kind of just said, fuck it.
Well, you know what? You know, I mean, we kind of feel bad for Z-Man. That's about it, right?
Whiz Kids, Dice Conquest,
Speaking of Zev,
Stephen Avery,
They're still around.
Speak of the Zevil.
Win
Yosemite.
with a powerful team and dice as your weapons. Take on a gauntlet of monsters. Marvel Remix. Build the ultimate Marvel team of heroes and villains by building the best hand.
So that's Fantasy Realms, but Marvel.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll pick up a copy of that.
Gotcha.
Yosemite, a 2-player game of maneuver through Yosemite to take the best pictures of different animals. And then Zygomatic, Star Wars The Mandalorian.
Bought it, Star Wars.
And we made it through the list.
Yeah.
Yay! So
Huzzah!
I mean, some of you weren't here for the whole thing and some of you left, but Keith, your thoughts?
There's nothing I have to have out of that entire list. There's some things I found interesting after we talked through it and looked at some stuff that I'll go back and take a look at.
Yeah.
There's not a damn thing on that list worth me dealing with the bullshit that is the Gen Con vendor hall, though. I live an hour away, could drive up, pay for a 1-day badge, and go in and buy shit, and I ain't gonna do it.
Well,
So,
you mark my words. Starting on, I don't know this for sure, but I guarantee. No, I will guess. This is that on Saturday they're going to be giving away badges to get people in the door.
well, if the hotels are sold out, they should be plenty crowded.
You can still get hotels. You can't get them right next door, but you can still get a hotel a block or two away. So, and it's just, and here's the deal. And I'm not, and I've said this last week and I'll say it again this week. And I'm not saying this to judge. Like it was when they basically said we're going to require vaccination and masks, and there was like a rumble of people like, well, they'll eventually take the mask mandate away. That was like the rumble. And then, but then they basically, Gen Con just came out and said, there is no way on earth, it's like, we're not taking the mask mandate away. It's going to stay in place, and we're not going to change our minds. That was when, boom, there was hotels available. No, I'm not saying it's good or bad or otherwise. I'm just saying that's the case. And
Yeah, and I will tell you, in my state, telling someone they have to wear a mask, they're just going to shake their head at you and keep walking. They just won't go. There are no masks anywhere anymore here.
Same here.
I mean, people have decided we're just going to learn to live with it.
Yeah.
And that's where they're at.
yeah, I mean,
It's the
I'm
same
not
here.
arguing.
I mean, this thing's never going anywhere, so we're going to have to learn to live with it. And everyone's going to have to make a personal choice of how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
Me, I'm going to freaking keep my shots up and that kind of thing, and we'll keep going.
Yeah. But
Because
no,
your
that's
choice is to not.
so. I mean, that's just so. Gen Con is. I mean, it's going to be a. I mean, it's going to be a. It's just not. There's not going to be anybody there. There's.
Why don't you just wait and see, Lance? Why don't you just?
No,
You
heard
could
it
be
here
pleasant,
first.
be surprised.
Well, why? When I know I'm not going to be. I mean, that's like saying, "Oh, why can't you just do it? Why don't you just do it?" Because this is not going to happen. That's just, and
This might be the best Gen Con of your life, just because it isn't so crowded.
no. The best Gen Con of my life was 2019 when I didn't have to work and I spent the entire time there with my daughter and all that. Just had an absolute blast.
All right, fine. It could be the second best Gen Con of your life.
Second best Gen Con ever was when I went there.
It
with
could be
Joel
the
Eddy's
third, or
anniversary.
you
The
get
third
the
best Gen Con
idea.
ever was when I
hate
mean,
your type.
no, I mean it's just
But Lance, this will be your first Gen Con with me, so it might be your best. Gen
worst Gen Con ever.
Ever.
Just, you heard it here first, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you, and you're like, yeah, can I work like a 1 hour shift, Shane? And can I stay at the bed and breakfast? And could I?
I'm planning to pay for my spot at the.
See,
Could I? You know,
not everybody's like you, Lance, looking for a handout.
I'm looking for a fucking
My
handout. I work
spot.
60 hours a week at my job.
Yeah, but every convention you go, you're looking for a handout.
No,
Well, maybe not now that you're working the publishing, but when you were doing the reviews, you got this.
That's
game, you
because
got
I did
that
reviews
game,
for people, and
you
I
got this
sold
game,
it.
you
I
got that
picked
game.
their games.
I have this
I'm not
game.
gonna. I
Yeah.
am not going to sit here and like say, oh, you know, like what are you? Just like no, fuck that. I busted my ass promoting those games after I got them, and I made them money. So I'm not gonna. That's fucking bunch of bullshit. Just because you and your half-assed podcast couldn't get any traction doesn't mean that you gotta like throw shade at me.
What are you talking about? I stopped because of physical problems.
Oh yeah.
I had planned to get back to it. I still can't.
It had nothing to do with the 7 people that listened to it.
Nah, it didn't bother me. I'm a patient man, Lance. Very patient.
And
I would have waited it out. You know, if it was a hobby of mine. It's that's why I never mix business and pleasure. I had no sponsors. I didn't want anybody to have to report to. Yeah. The hobby took a different road from that though. It used to be people's passion projects. You know, the video end of it anyway.
Evan, how's the after the Empire expansion going?
Ask Josh, man.
You're done? You handed it off and you said I'm out?
Yeah, we handed it off like 5 months ago.
You haven't done any work on it since then.
I mean, we played it a couple times, so we're waiting to see, what the word from the big man is.
From Mr. Albania.
Yeah, Mr. Albania.
All right, folks, 1 a.m. I'm out.
Keith,
good
don't
to
be a
see ya.
stranger, man. It was good to see you.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Take care,
Bye.
brother.
See him. See him. No, I'm really excited about it though. Like I think what we put in there is really cool, and I think people are going to dig it. So I'm really excited to see. I'm sure Gray Fox just has their pipeline, and so it'll get in there when it gets in there. But I'm
Never.
Never is the answer.
I don't know. I haven't even asked. Does anybody have any grievances? I don't even have a grievance today.
Grievances? No, I had a really fun convention, little mini convention with 7 people that we bombed your show last week.
Yeah, that was cool.
Me and Philip Millman, the trophy holder.
Good old Phil.
Yeah, we had a great time. Played a bunch of games.
Yeah.
I learned baseball highlights 2045.
That's a good game.
I did not win the trophy.
Yeah, we know you suck.
I
Now, there's
did not.
people, that's like a legacy game to some people. It's still,
Yeah, I played
What shocks me.
Coco Deluxe. I played A Feast for Odin for the first time. I played Ganz Schön Clever for the first time. What else did I play?
So you played a lot of garbage. So it sounds like.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. Come on, guy.
yeah.
Come on, guy. I played
Okay.
Bruges for the first time. And Glory to Rome for the first time.
Did you?
Hmm?
The cartoon one?
It was like some fancy edition that Philip had. With like a 3D printed like first player mark.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
So I think it was fancier than the average edition.
That's what you got for me, huh?
That's what I got. That's what I did. That's what I did last week.
That's what we did.
God,
And then,
you are
prototype.
you are like my son and his mother, Barry. If there's anybody that gives me any bit of crap at all, you're the first person to like, yeah, Lance, you suck.
You suck, Lance. I
Listen to
enjoy
what he-
picking on you just because it gets around all.
listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's saying. Everything you do is horrible, but what he's doing, yeah, that's good.
That's not true. I told Elodie his website shit many a time. I only pick on you if I like you. There's my wife.
What a weird world to live in, where if somebody actually likes somebody else, they actually treated them with decency and kindness. But you know,
Yeah.
I come from an old school Irish family. It was different.
oh, I guess
you
that
know? We
makes
got
it
a
okay to
very-
be a jerk. I didn't understand. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it's
thank you
just
for
weird.
explaining it.
We came from a very dark humor, dry.
No, you're right.
Know,
You're
it's-
right. You're right. You just be a jerk the rest of your life.
It's not that, Lance. It's a sense of respect, and it's
Oh,
just
okay.
different. The construction is the same thing with the L.
Oh,
It's I come from a different breed of people than you,
Uh-huh.
Lance.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my friend group growing up, we were always giving each other shit.
Don't
See?
encourage him.
It's not everybody's up uptight as you. We know when to laugh it off.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me while I take a drink out of my tumbler here.
Yeah, yeah. You do that, jackass.
Lance, what are you up to lately?
Me just trying desperately to get all our fucking ducks in a row for
There you go.
the shit show that is going to be Gen Con.
Are you going to bring me at least one copy of the solo mode?
I don't have it, dude.
Oh, that didn't come.
Oh no. I mean, well, that's a good question for Shane. You got to email him.
Okay, all right. I want one copy.
Uh.
One real copy. Because I know he's not going to sell them there, but
Yeah, and you better not tell anybody you freaking have it either.
I designed it. I get to have it
Yeah, you get to have it after everybody else gets it.
after everybody else gets it. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Yeah, that is how it is. You don't like it, there's the freaking door.
You don't like it?
Get the
Send me an email at lance@greyfox.com.
yeah. You don't like what I'm telling you? Send me an email at lance@greyfoxgames.com so you can blast me in private for
Yes,
I don't know. I just
exactly.
but
No. I can wait my turn if need be. I can wait my turn.
but yeah, but here'll be my new shirt for all of my people. Just you'll get nothing and like it.
That's great.
I'll wear that every day when I'm answering emails about where is my thing? Where one of my corners was smushed.
You'll get nothing and like it.
You'll get nothing and like it. But yeah, so there you go. I don't know. I mean, it's just Gen Con will be Gen Con. I'm excited to go and hang out with my daughter for a week, just
Yeah.
one-on-one. I mean, I'm probably more jazzed about that than anything else.
That's reasonable.
I am, and just to kind of chill with her and like have her like actually work in a booth and kind of get an idea for what it's like to work, so because she's never, other than like go outside and mow the front yard is like she hasn't really been forced to do a job ever. So it'll be
How
fun
old is
to
she?
kind of.
14, so you said?
She just turned 15.
I was a real bad employee at 14, 15.
Well,
I was not a good employee.
So my daughter, she does she's part of the, like, she's a theater kid. She does and so she likes she has parts in the plays, but she doesn't like singing, so she doesn't try out for musicals, but so she does tech crew for musicals.
Yeah.
And so she did spotlights for the most recent musical that was on. And so her birthday, she actually had her a performance on her birthday. So like she couldn't like really do much. I mean, she did a few things with us, we gifts and what have you, but like as far as like an actual like, hey, let's get together and do something, like she wasn't able to do it. So she was able to do that with us on Monday and the family and grandparents and stuff like that. And then today, one of her friends is moving away, like one of her close friends is moving away and moving to Florida. And so she got together with friends, and then she was like, and I told her, I was like, look, just get some friends together, like choose to go eat somewhere that you all gonna like, and I'll drive you out there and I'll pay for the food. And so I took them, and I think you saw my post. I took them to Olive Garden, and I was like, so yeah, just go ahead and have these, 4 15-year-old girls go sit down at a booth, and I'll be the lame not cool guy. And I'm gonna go sit at the bar and eat by myself and then pay their bill when it shows up.
Yeah.
And I was,
Sounds about right.
See, you got appetizers. Great. I hope you like them.
You had seconds on that, huh?
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Nah, she's a good kid, and yeah, I mean, so no complaints as far as that goes. And she got to hang out with her friends. So
yeah.
And she didn't have to worry about me being around ruining everything. And I did realize, oh my gosh, they like, it's so stereotypical, but like just stream of consciousness, all of them talking in the car all at once, just about nothing. Just like I'm slowly losing my mind listening to them.
The same shit your parents went through when you talk about D&D
okay,
or
well,
something.
I guess, I mean, it's just like since bad shit always happens, it doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying? So like, when like, you get screwed over for something. Well, somebody got screwed over 100 years ago, so it doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying every generation has this conversation.
No, is that what you're saying? So then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Don't put words in my mouth, Lance. What I said
what I'm
was
saying
every
is that
parent goes through this with their
kids. You just have to be contrary to anything I say, and just to like say, well, everybody's got to do this.
I'm just saying you're making a negativity out of a memory you should have that is positive.
I mean, since something bad happened at some point in the universe, at some point or other, then you have no business saying anything.
No, you don't, Lance. Yes, shut the fuck up. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay, because that's what
shut the fuck up. Because I'm arguing with you constantly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. Good. Good.
Again, I'll wait your mood out. I'm a patient man. Patient man.
Whatever. Patient my ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So you're just coming in for a day to show off games, huh?
Me? 2 days. 2 days.
But I only get you in the booth for one?
Yep.
I don't know how you
I got other stuff to do, my friend.
When do you get in?
Thursday morning.
So you're not even going to be there to help prep? To help set up the booth?
I also have a job. I've got a day job too. Somebody's got to pay my rent.
What a pile. What a goddamn pile. Busting my ass, selling your game, making you money.
Breaking my balls. Hey, it also helps pay your salary, I think, probably.
That's not that's beside the point here. You're burying
I made
the
a game that helps pay your salary. So in fact, you owe me.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, see what I did there? Turned it around on you. I flipsy doozy. Yeah, I'll be I'm in on Thursday morning, and then I'm out like Sunday, early Sunday, I think. So I'll be there Thursday, Friday. I guess that's 3 days.
Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say.
Get out of here. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'll be around. And I will invite you to karaoke, even though nobody will
God,
want to
please,
go.
will you?
It won't happen.
Will you
Well, you
invite
got-
me to something that I have zero interest to go? So you
Well,
can
you got
get
butthurt that I
points
didn't
for
invite you directly
inviting
last
me,
time.
even though I've got no interest in being there. So you,
You
can say,
did.
"Well, I
You got
invited
butthurt
you,
that I
so
didn't
yeah, I
invite you
mean,
last time. So
I'm
gonna
such a
invite
nice
you
guy. Look
so
how
that you
nice
can
I was. I
say
invited
no
you
to
to
my
this thing that you
face.
hate.
Yeah,
So why aren't you being more thankful for this?
exactly.
Yeah,
You don't have to be thankful. I'm just making sure that you're invited. If you don't want to go, that's cool.
just a pile.
You're a garbage person. How dare you invite me to a thing?
You're a garbage human,
Yeah.
and I
How
hope
dare you?
yeah.
When is Josh going to come back to an event?
I asked him that question myself, and I said, "So when can I expect you to come back to the States?" And he was like, "Well, judging from what's going on there, never."
That's a fair answer. Pretty much never.
I was like, "All right, fair enough.
Yeah, yeah,
I appreciate your candor."
yeah.
Just,
Thank you for your honesty.
yeah. I read an interview while he was still alive. This is years ago. It was Larry Flint,
Oh, yeah.
and it was like, and just overall scumbag human, but
Yeah.
it was a very interesting interview. And he was just sitting there, and then they were talking about like the stuff that he wasn't able to get printed in his magazines, right? Which, he's like, "Oh yeah, man, I always tried, but it always got, I would always get denied, it would always be looked through." And they're like, "Well, what did you try to get through?" And he's like, "Well, I mean, I tried to get bestiality in my magazines." And they're just like, and they're like, "Why?" And he's like, "Oh, that's bestiality is a really common thing." It's like, he's like, and they're just like, "How do you know that?" And he's like, "Well, I grew up on a farm. I grew up around it." And they're like, and they looked at him, and he was just like, he's like, yeah, I've had sex with animals. And they're just like, and the guy said, it's like, he's like, he's like, and then he said something, he said, "I respect you for that." And he's like, "Good Lord, man, don't respect me for that. Respect me for my candor."
Yeah.
Just I'll always remember that. I didn't remember anything else about that interview, but I'll remember that comment
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah. Oh
Good
my
Lord,
gosh.
man, don't respect me for that. Respect me for my candor.
Didn't they have a movie like The People versus Larry Flint or something like that?
Very good movie.
never
Woody
saw it.
Harrelson played him, and then they had Courtney Love basically play Courtney Love.
Fair.
Yeah, and yeah, just there you go. I just finished the new history of TSR book. I wanted to buy the Undead Viking Company away from Lance for a 6-pack of Shasta. Undead Viking Company. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Slaying the Dragon book. It's like 3/4 of it is a really good book. It kind of loses it loses steam. Let's just say. When he gets into the minute. So Slaying the Dragon is a book you can buy right now. It is all about how TSR got started and basically how they pissed it away.
Right.
And how and how so even, and then like when they basically ousted they just never changed, they never adapted, they never got better, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so and then Lorraine Williams, I believe, took it over and then ran it right into the fucking ground. And, but it's an interesting book with a lot of stuff going on and a lot of interesting things and a lot of interesting takes, if you will. But a lot of it is, like I said, it's about 3/4 of the book is really, really good. And then when it gets towards the end, it kind of just like it loses
Drags out.
steam.
Yeah.
Just there isn't anything as salacious, it kind of pops its cork early. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
But worth a read. And like I thought I knew everything when it came to like the history of TSR
Yeah.
and then I realized there
I
was
did not.
I did not. Yes, there was definitely a
I
lot
did
of
not
stuff
know
there.
that. I did not know that.
I did not. Oh my, that's interesting stuff. I did not know that.
Wild, wacky stuff.
That's probably the worst Johnny Carson ever.
Thank you.
Well, no, mine was the
Oh.
worst. So that I was just yours was better.
That's wild, wacky stuff.
I like watching old Carson. He was a really good interviewer.
I see a couple of things here and there, like when I'm trolling around on YouTube.
Yeah,
couple
he
of
had
interviews
a
with Waffle.
really good sense of comedic timing. I actually, if you want to listen to a pretty good interview of Norm Macdonald, look up. It's on
probably seen
YouTube, but
this.
you can find the podcast too. But it's called the What's So Funny podcast. And the guy interviews, and they even say this: we aren't. The interview, like it isn't made to be funny. It's just, let's just like interview comedians kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then, but the Norm Macdonald one is about 90 minutes, and he talks about a ton of different stuff. And it's really good. And
I
he's
think
good in it.
our good friend of the show, Grant Lyon, said he's gonna start some kind of YouTube channel where he has comedians come on and play board games. I think.
Well, I hope he
Yeah,
does.
I think he said something about Tony with that.
Yeah,
idea.
yeah. I don't know if he actually started yet. I haven't seen it, but he said he was going to do it.
It
I mean,
makes sense.
I don't know if he's a really good friend anymore since he doesn't ever shows up for the show. But,
A medium-sized friend of the show.
a medium-sized friend.
Medium-sized
It's
friend.
working. His days off.
I like Grant. He's cool. I got to see his show, his stand-up at Origins, I think.
Yeah, remember?
Oh yeah, you were
remember
there. You were there.
We stayed there and watched him do a set, and then as soon as the next guy started
Yeah,
up,
you guys all bounced, and I got stuck.
because the next guy was horrible.
I
He
got
was just
stuck.
like, but no, you get up and walk out. You don't have, you're not stuck. You just
I got stuck.
you just
So was
get
it
up
an
and
open
walk
mic
out.
thing?
I'm too polite.
No, it's just the next guy got up and he was just like he wanted like because Grant was the opener
Yeah.
and he was hilarious.
Yeah.
And then
Oh.
like the next guy came up and it was just like, I don't know. It was like one of those
Well, I
things
think-
where it's like, I'm going to talk about getting drunk. I'm going to talk about getting high. I'm going to talk about getting drunk. I'm going to talk about getting high. I'm going to talk about getting drunk. I'm going to talk. I'm out.
A new
I was
comedian.
just-
Okay.
I think the
Yeah.
difference was Grant is a comedian that does like the comic circuits, and this other guy was a comedian that does like board game conventions.
And then the guy got up and he was like going to start singing songs on his guitar. And I was just like, yep, I am.
He's a good musician though.
Yeah. I'm glad you stayed.
Yeah.
Glad you stayed. Yeah, I don't know if I would have. The guitar thing, yeah.
He probably felt very good about himself because you were there.
It was amusing, but you ditched me.
I most certainly did.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Grant to come out on the East Coast. I would like to see him live. Last time he was just too far down. I think he was up
Yeah.
down in Virginia or up in Massachusetts. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's
But he's
far
a little too far.
He goes close enough. You should go.
I ran out the door.
Yeah, and then Shane dished me too. Everybody
Well,
dished.
Shane left first.
Exactly. And I was sitting there. I was like, they're not going to the bathroom. They're gone, man. They're gone. When your keys fall into a boiling pool of lava, they're gone, man.
Shoot the one.
But then Grant had the heart to hang out with me afterward.
The heart.
Yeah.
Or did somebody pay him?
I mean, they didn't tell me about it, so it felt good.
Did you play the games with him or just bar?
No, I think I played Foundations of Rome while he played some other game, but in the same room. And then we we all hung out and chatted. He made me feel included. It was nice.
Okay.
Even though I'm actually like, I'm 42 now, so I've had a long time to.
Oh,
Figure it
you
out.
old salt, you.
Oh, I've had time to
42?
figure it out, but I do have a decent amount of social anxiety, like weird stuff around groups. So I always appreciate it when people make me feel welcome. It helps assuage.
I always find that interesting. The people that like have, I mean, and I try not to like say you're stupid for feeling that way, but I always find it interesting because I mean I can remember. Well, no, so I can remember when I went to I can remember like being 21, 22 and like people are like, yeah, we're gonna meet at that bar. And I would drive to the bar and I'd sit in my car in the parking lot until I saw one of my friends show up.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't want to walk in by myself.
Yeah.
Because because apparently, they grab me and beat me with a hammer and then throw me out the door instead of saying, hey, cool, a guy wants to spend money on beer here.
Right.
Just like, come on in, buddy,
You want to come hang
um,
out in our bar and give us money? Yeah, come on in.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's like, it's just but so I get that. And I mean, I don't know what it was for me. You turn the corner and you just stop worrying about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's a few people like I always hear them say things like, because I remember being like in my late, like 19, 20, 21. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm just an asshole. It's just the way I am, just like, yeah, you're just a prick is what you are. And like, I remember being like that. And I'll run into people that are like that are older. And I don't try to call them out, but I kind of like will end up saying something like, it's like, yeah, I mean, how's that working out for you? Making lots of new friends? And then they're like, oh, I mean, my people know that I'm like, yeah. And then I always say the same thing. It's just kind of like, yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, sounds to me like you're kind of being like that to, hide your own weird insecurities about things, but that's fine. Whatever. You seem like a cool dude, so let's hang out, and just, I don't know. It just bugs me when people are like, I like being a jerk. You can't stop me.
Yeah.
And I just, so, I mean, ultimately it was one of those things where, I don't know, I got over it for myself, I guess would be the best way to do it. Best way to put it. And then
I'm mostly there, but still sometimes it crops up. I feel like imposter syndrome, like what am I doing here? These people don't want me around, that kind of stuff.
I got super, I'm not going to go into it, but I got super angry at my bank, like, as I wanted to get something done and they were just being they were being condescending. And that's like the one thing I can't stand. It's like, look, it's one of those things where it's like, you literally have tons of my money,
Right.
and so you, like, you need me as a customer. So when you're talking down to me like I'm a moron, like that sets me off. And my daughter was with me and I was just like, and I said 2 or 3 things and I was just like, and then finally I was like, you know what? I was like, there's lots of banks in town. I'm gonna go see if I can find another one that isn't you to help me. And then they kind of like, oh, well, good luck, they said. And I was just like, and so I was just stomping out of there. And my daughter was just like, it's like, you were really mad. And I was just like,
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Yeah, I was, every word out of that guy's face, instead of like talking to me, was, please punch me in the face. I know I'm talking to you, but every word I'm saying right now is just, I need you to punch me in the face as hard as you can right
Like
now.
in the cartoons when you're really hungry and everybody's face turns into a ham hock.
Yeah, exactly. His face just turned into a punching bag, just begging me to like, just really need you
Really
just
hard.
to haul off and just make me realize that I'm kind of an a-hole. And I need to get over myself. Could you do that for me? Just, but whatever. Maybe he was having a bad day. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or
I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Doesn't always work, but
yeah, and they'll usually just walk all over you. So
it happens sometimes.
yeah, most of the time. Yeah, weird stuff. Weird stuff.
Wild, wacky,
Wild, weird stuff. Yeah, that was actually like something. I think I talked about this, like, but I had that when I was talking to my therapist, and I was like, I've always had this consideration of myself as being this very laid back, very easy-going person, and I realized I'm not.
I was gonna say, I was like, that doesn't jive with my image of you.
Just like, I'm always, whatever, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Right.
It's like, no, that's it. They're like, I came to this realization as I'm like screaming at everybody else as I'm driving my car. oh, slow down to 2 miles an hour to take a left, so no, I get the yellow.
Yeah,
You motherless son of a.
maybe I'm not as calm and collected as I thought. It's possible.
It's possible that, Ugh.
I have no inner monologue.
Yeah, just yeah, no. But oh well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I am so just not looking forward to Gen Con at all though. I am like just oh God. I mean, I sent Shane this giant email of like things we needed for the booth, and we're all just scrambling to try to put all this crap together.
Yeah.
Be able to so it's good to go, and it's just the process.
Are you reaching a phase where you like are kind of done with the whole industry, or?
I mean, I think it's one of those things where,
like people love games until you try to, until you make it a business.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's a I mean, like, I'm not jazzed to go to the convention to go. I mean, like, I will enjoy having a few hours on a day where I feel like I can leave the booth for a little while to like cruise up and down the roads, and I want to do that on Thursday or Friday.
Thursday from 2 to 6 p.m.
Yeah. No, I got to keep my fucking eye on you.
Come on,
guy.
I've worked. Come on, guy. I've worked booths before. I'll be fine.
Yeah, no. So it's one of those things where I want to be able to, like, Friday morning maybe, because like, or maybe Thursday morning you get in it. We can get in at 8 if the booth is all set up and ready to go. Just take a few moments to like, kind of walk up and down a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, the big thing is that like, I mean, there's nothing I desperately want to spend my money on. And plus it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, I mean, I just don't want to bring a bunch of shit home either.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm limited by my luggage size, which is good.
Yeah. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. So it's I mean, it's like it's really turned into it's work now, right?
Yeah.
It's like that's what it is.
Yeah. What did you do for money back when you were the Undead Viking?
Oh, I just schmoozed, walked around, schmoozed a lot, schmoozed some more.
No, I mean, what work were you doing at that time to like pay the bills?
Oh, I worked for a bank.
Okay, yeah.
I was a project manager at US Bank. So, well, I did have this one. I did have an instance where I was grocery shopping, and this I think I told you this, but I don't. Maybe I didn't. But this I was just checking out, and there was this, late teens, maybe 20-year-old, nice young gentleman bagging my groceries.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh man, your beard looks awesome. And I was like, cool, thanks. And he was just like, he's like, how long did it take you to dye it the 2 different colors?
How'd you get part of it so gray? That looks rad.
Motherfucker. Just like got this one strip here holding out. Makes me sad. Awesome. I used to have this dark brown beard. Now it's
hey man, I used to have hair that I would have to do this with.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Now I'm a couple years, man. I'll be full Santa. But I know a few people that did the thing where it was like they hired themselves out, $50. I'll drive to your house. I'll come to the front door in full Santa. I'll have a sack of, and then I'll give 3 gifts. I'll have 1 gift for each kid. You give me the gifts. I put them in the bag.
It's your retirement plan.
Yeah. You knock on the door, and I've got a present for Billy and I got a present for Jessica. Oh, you've been a good, you take a couple of pictures.
Yeah.
You head back out to the SUV, drive to the next house.
Plop some kids on your lap unceremoniously and skedaddle.
I knew a guy who did this and up in the King of Prussia Mall. But he lived up in the mountains, so his cost of living was like nothing. And that's all he did all year for I think it was a month and a half or 2 months, something like that. And then he said he made like triple digit, he made a decent living all of it.
That sounds great.
I was shocked.
It's just, but one of the nicest humans I ever knew was a guy who played. He was in the area up here in Fargo. He was the original Santa that had the real whiskers. Everybody else so he was the main big giant mall. He was the guy. He was the guy. He was a member of our church, right? And so he always explained that away to us. He said, "Well, Santa just hires me to come here and do this for him because he can't be everywhere at the same time, And so, okay, yeah, you buy it, and but excuse me. The big thing was it was a he would when he would get that Santa's feeding his reindeer break, that's the sign they put up. Santa's feeding his reindeer. He
gotta take a dump.
Yeah, no. So he instead of going to grab lunch or something like that, he would just walk around the mall, and then and people were like, "Oh, why do you do that?" He said it's really tough for you to be sad if Santa is walking around. And so then kids would see him and he would talk to them and he'd give him a butterscotch candy that he had.
That's awesome.
And then he said I would look for people that looked sad.
Yeah.
And because it was Christmas and you shouldn't, it was December and you shouldn't feel sad. And I remember as a kid seeing him, and there was some woman sitting at a bench or something in the middle of the mall, and she was crying. And I remember seeing him, he just went and sat down next to her without saying a word. He just sat there and stared straight ahead. And then she kind of realized, and she looked over, and Santa Claus is sitting next to her, and she started to laugh. And then he looked over and he started having a conversation, and he reached in, he gave her a Tootsie Roll candy bar, and then she gave him a hug, and then she was smiling then. Yeah. And I was awesome. When he passed away, it was standing room only in the church.
Yeah.
I just can't, I don't know how many people this guy touched as far as his life goes, but
that's pretty cool.
If there's a heaven, they said right this way. Go to the front of the line, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was a good guy.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I've always said maybe maybe if I ever get to be a mall Santa,
Yeah.
that's what I'd shoot for.
Could live in the mountains and come down for a month and a half to be a mall Santa.
There is a picture. Sadly, it was at a funeral, a family funeral, but there is a picture of my mother and her 3 kids. And it's like everybody's like dressed really nice. I mean, I had like a dress shirt on and stuff like that, but I mean, it does just look like my mom, who's dressed all nice and looking very nice, and then my older brother, Ty, my sister, like looks very formal.
This is
And
my
me-
son Santa.
Me, I still look very formal and what have you, but I was like, I on the picture, I even said, here's a nice picture of my mother, my older brother, my older sister, and some freaking prospector who just came back from the Yukon.
Yeah. Did you ever see that skit? Ryan loves this skit. It's called Gus Chiggins.
Oh no.
It was Will Ferrell's. It was like a cut scene that Will Ferrell was into, and it was just hilarious. And people, yeah, it was hilarious. Gus Chiggins. It's pretty funny.
Gus Chickens. Oh. The only one.
Check it
Did you ever see the Bad Karma one? Bad Karma.
I don't think so.
That's a good one.
Sounds
Just like basically this girl doing all these things and like basically whatever she would laugh at, like find joy in somebody else's misfortune. It was instant bad karma that would hit her. It's a pretty good skit, and it's just like, yeah, and she slowly starts learning that like the world is stopping him, and like it's like I forget what it is, but she sees somebody like she's riding her bike, and then like somebody trips or something and like falls, and like their ice cream falls out of their hand. She's like, ha, 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 oh no, I shouldn't be laughing. And then this rock comes out of nowhere. She flies right off the front of the bike and like then hits right in front of a hill. So she's just like skidding. Oh no, I shouldn't be laughing.
When I see somebody like drop something or like trip and fall near me, I can't not make sounds, and they sound very condescending.
Yeah.
It's a little something like this. Whoa.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Did you get hurt?
I can't not make the sound, and they always look at me and get like a flash of anger because it seems like I'm mocking them. But really, I just can't not make that sound when I see somebody trip. It's awful.
Yeah, Bad Karma by Studio C. It's like a little comedy skit or whatever, and it's I don't know. I never did watch the Bad Karma Part 2, but the Bad Karma original.
Okay, I'm queuing it up. I'm gonna watch that after we're done.
Yeah, it's
Queuing it up.
I don't know if Studio C still does anything. I don't know, and I never saw anything else they did that was nearly as funny as Bad Karma.
It looks like their last video that I can see is 4 years ago.
Looks like they're doing a lot of
Oh no, they have some stuff more recent.
YouTube. They're doing YouTube shorts. It looks like.
Yeah, they have some more recent stuff. Okay. 4 months ago. 2 months.
You know, one of the best bits that one of Grant Lyon's best bits that I really liked was the one where it was him being the creepy Uber driver.
Yeah. It's a good bit.
Just like, yeah, just
That's
like
nice.
I remember it's just like it's too bad you gave me a 1-star review and I know where you live. Just
Inappropriate.
yeah.
Tinder and his sister. That was a nutty funny one.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
watched
he's funny.
Bill Burr's news. I watched a couple actually. Bill Burr, and he's on top of his game. That was a good special. Whitney Cummings, I just saw that with Jen. I didn't see all of it, but that was decent. And there was a black guy on Netflix. I can't remember his name though. There's a couple pretty good
good comedy specials out. Yeah, I can't remember that guy's name.
I'm always in for a good comedy special.
Hmm.
Take
Yeah, I'm
me
drawing a
away from
blank.
my cares. Transport me to a funnier place. I'm in.
I was watching a good sci-fi show. The Man Who Fell to Earth. With that African.
And fell to earth.
What the hell was his name? He's a really good actor. Chiwetel? No.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, no, that looks right.
Yeah, but that's a pretty good sci-fi.
Well, issue 4. I don't know
Yeah.
how to say it, but
That's a pretty good sci-fi. I was surprised by it. It's a pretty smart one. Yeah.
I haven't seen it. Oh, plus there's the gal who's in every single sci-fi. Oh no, that's not. That's a different guy.
I watched something on Janet Jackson too. That was pretty interesting. It's just like a 4-part documentary type thing. I didn't realize she went heavy into the acting with what's his name? Medea.
Oh, and Bill Nighy's in it too. He's looking real old.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like a good sci-fi.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Predator movie coming out next month.
Oh, but it's on Showtime.
Prey.
I don't want to log on to another.
Yeah, we got so many.
It's
Jen's
too
got
many.
so many.
It's too many. I've already got Disney and Netflix and.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Prey though on Hulu. I like Predator though. Well, some of them.
Is it a TV show? TV show or what?
I believe it's going to be a movie, but
Okay.
it's going to be Native Americans. I think like the Lakota tribe against the Predator this time, like a prequel.
That's cool. That's a prequel.
Yeah,
Like a couple hundred years in the past.
yeah.
That's cool. That'd be neat.
I always like that franchise though. Some of the
I
later
do too.
movies
Did you
were-
see Predator versus Alien?
Yeah,
It was so kind of bad, but I also really loved it.
yeah. I feel the same way about the second one, the Requiem. Yeah, that last one with what's his name was pretty decent. Not the newest one, the one before that with the English actor. What the hell's his name? I can't remember now.
Hugh Grant.
No, it was he's like he's got his own specific thing. Give me a minute, it'll come to me. But they were on like an alien planet this time. The Predators, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
I
don't know if I saw that.
I'm drawing a name on his blank. He's a pretty good actor though. Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, Man Who Fell to Earth. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, I was surprised by it. Yeah, a lot of the latest sci-fi stuff's kind of iffy. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I'll watch it, but really bad.
I heard Westworld
really
was
bad.
pretty good, but I didn't get into that one.
Which one?
Westworld.
I enjoyed Westworld. But
Did you? I didn't get into I got past the second season. I think I fell off of it.
it had a little bit of the like. You remember the show Lost?
Yeah,
It had a little bit of that kind of vibe going on, where you're like, wait, what's happening? Wait, what's happening? Wait. Where like at a certain point, like they can only string you along for so long
yeah.
before you kind of start losing interest. But I think Westworld kind of came back around and brought you back in, and you were like, oh, okay. And there was some actual resolution as opposed to Lost, where you're like, oh, what? What's happening? Why is that happening? Why did I just watch all that? So
I'm a little
I
upset.
did really like it.
I'm a little upset. I found out they canceled Raised by Wolves. That's done. They're not renewing it. I enjoyed that one.
That's it.
We'll see. You ready for the Game of Thrones prequel there, Lynch? That's
What's
next
that
month,
name?
ain't it?
Oh yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it now.
House
Something
of the Dragon.
House of Dragons.
I don't recognize any of these actors.
Yeah.
So, so it must be more prequel than using any of the same actors.
Well, that was the case with the original. You didn't really recognize any of them, right?
Is House of the Dragons that Targaryen? So this must be
Yeah.
like the Valeria stories, or
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
okay.
Targaryen, yeah. This one. I think there's another one too, right? Aren't they working with a Jon Snow spinoff?
no, really?
I think I heard that. I'm not sure.
I believe you, but I don't know.
Oh,
Tells the history of House Targaryen and their bloody civil war.
how about a civil war that isn't bloody? That's a
Right?
challenge.
Right? All right. Well, I'll have to watch this trailer as well. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
What was I gonna say? Shoot. Whatever. I can't remember.
You got Misfits? What is that?
Misfits, Minnesota.
Nice.
Yeah.
Recognize those eyes.
Yeah, you know. Did you listen to Misfits?
Not really, but it's a very good logo because I'd recognize it almost anywhere.
Yeah.
I knew the main dude was a pro wrestler briefly.
Very briefly. Yes. Well, I mean, and
And I know Mother.
well, Danzig was,
Yeah. It's his solo career.
Do you ever see that clip of Danzig getting like knocked out backstage?
No, was he talking trash to the wrong person?
No, I mean, there's like you can find it, but basically it was one of those things where it was like he was the headliner of some concert in California or something like that.
Yeah.
And then there was some band that came down to be like to take part in the concert.
Yeah.
And then it was like, and they got there and like whatever happened, like basically like they didn't book them anytime on the stage. And they were like, we drove like, 9 hours down here or whatever. And then
for this.
And so, yeah. And then they were like, and everybody said, well, talk to Glenn, I mean, he's the guy who, and like, so then he got done with his set and he was walking backstage and this guy was basically waiting for him. And he was just like, what the hell, man? It's like, what are you gonna do for me? And he's like, I'm not gonna do. It's like he's like, go out there and play. You want to play? And he's like, they're tearing down the stage. He's like, what is like people are leaving. I can't go out there and play. And then like it just escalates, and then and like the guy calls Glenn, an MF or something. And, and so Danzig does the quintessential, two-handed shove because the guy gets in his face and he just shoves, and the guy doesn't come back with a shove. He just comes back with a right hand and just like whoo, thump like on the ground, like just out like a light.
Yeah.
And then like in the crowd, of course, like it was around all these people trying to get like they're trying to get autographs and what have you. And they're like, oh my God, he sucker punched Glenn Danzig.
I was trying to get an autograph.
Yeah.
grabbing his hand, signing the thing.
taking pictures.
Doing that.
Yeah. Knights of the Dinner. Chad Roberts, you were supposed to tell me about any cool RPGs that are coming out at Gen Con, and I'm still waiting. You were supposed to come on the show, and I'm still waiting.
Knights of the Dinner Table is coming out. Is that what you said?
You know, I mean, it was fine. I've never been a huge fan of the old Knights of the Dinner Table stuff, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know.
Jerry Only was the guy that was the, if I remember correctly, was the guy that was the Misfits who did, yeah, he was in WCW for a while. He fought Dr. Death in a steel cage match.
Gosh, I don't even remember Dr. Death. Not even a little bit.
In 1999, Jerry Only and the rest of the then Misfits lineup had a brief stint in World Championship Wrestling when they aligned with the wrestler Vampiro. Only participated in probably the most memorable match of the Misfits' time when he fought Dr. Death in a steel cage match. Only was dominated in the match, but Death was distracted when the rest of the Misfits interfered and attacked his manager, pouring barbecue sauce in his eyes.
Yep,
Only
classic.
won the match after being accidentally Irish whipped through the cage door by Dr. Death. Yeah. Dr. Death. Dr. Death, Steve Williams. And Dr. Death was they had this, I won't get started talking about wrestling. I'll talk forever. But anyway. All right, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We will obviously will not have a show next. Yeah, I remember that show, First and 10, HBO First and 10. That was a good show. The Chicago Bulls, I think it was. If it was, but they were a football team. And Fred Tarkenton was the like sports TV announcer or something like that, if I remember correctly. Anyway, yeah. So next week we won't have a show, obviously, because we'll be at Gen Con. And I'm not gonna, do anything as far as that goes. I'm not gonna try to do something. In the past, I've tried to do it from like hotels, but the Wi-Fi sucks.
Yeah, it's a pain.
I'm not doing
my show next week.
What
my
show is that?
It's got about 5 viewers, so you might want to watch out.
Well, you want to tell me what it is? I'd make it 6.
I invited you on Facebook to my show, and you didn't go.
Not personally. You didn't send it to me personally.
Well, I did on the invite thing. So it's mostly just for board game designers, but
oh well.
So I mean, I invited you, but like I shouldn't have.
I get it. I'll check my spam folder for that.
No, but basically, it's me and a few other game designers have on like a guest designer, and we play their game online, and then give them feedback at the end, and then kind of other designers can watch it and kind of help figure out how they can apply the stuff that we're saying to their own designs, and kind of just help people figure stuff out.
If you say so.
Well, that's the goal, at least. Who knows if it's actually useful for anybody. But we've done like 10 episodes so far. I think that makes it real.
Yeah,
it exists now.
It's a tough leash there.
You do 10 episodes
I did watch an episode. I thought we brought this up on this.
Oh yeah, right. I think we talked about it.
Yeah, it's a tough.
It's probably pretty boring for somebody that isn't.
Yeah, people don't
super into game design, Yeah. Oh, I think we did talk about it. Yeah.
I'm a stoner. I never remember.
Yeah, where you're like, come watch my new podcast, Bad Practice. You get to listen to us play the same 16 bars over and over and then argue about it. Or you could just go to the show.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could see it being of limited interest to most gamers. But that's okay. That's not, I'm not.
But if you're a designer, it's a jackpot.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Jackpot.
That's the goal. That's the goal. That's my hope, is that it's useful.
Yeah, I'm not saying yours isn't going to do anything, but a lot of them really don't. And I think it's a shame. Like, there's been a couple designer like podcast type things in the past that I remember. They just don't.
I listen to some design podcasts that have done pretty well. I mean, I know about them, but small subset, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they just don't get the recognition or outreach as some of the other types of
Yeah, so we're doing that thing. I've got a co-host, and we kind of, most Thursdays, unless I'm out of town at a convention or something, we do it. Because, like you said, trying to do a thing at a hotel room, it's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, we're going to be out karaokeing, so
Yeah. Well,
or in your room sleeping. In your case,
I would. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you being cockblocked again?
Sounds like I better use my time. But anywho, cool. Well, thanks for sitting through yet another Gen Con preview. If you're at Gen Con, want to stop by the booth, say hi. That'd be cool.
I will.
If not, I understand. Evan, I'll see you next week.
Yep.
Put you to work.
Yep, I'll be there. I'll sling some boxes.
You better. Just think of it this way: if we can sell $250 boxes, that's 10 grand.
Yeah.
Just think of it that way.
I used to be a good salesman. I have no idea if I am anymore. Probably
Who
not.
knows?
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thanks for
All right.
tuning in as always. Be good to each other. Be safe. Wear a mask. Get vaccinated.